Gaming news today is all about confusion. First, GTA 6 prices are leaking all over the place, and there's no agreement whatsoever. And one notable leaker is bringing some clarity on what is actually going on with those prices you may have seen. Second, Halo Combat Evolved caused quite a stir with a weird requirement for local co-op. Now, they've since provided a correction. I added that correction to the comments, as well as even the title of my video about that, saying, hey, there's an update in the comments. Be sure to check out that video about this. I still think one element is strange, and I'll have to run an experiment with the game when it comes out. Third, the status of Destiny 2 and Marathon continues to be a point of contention, but Destiny fans continue to hurl their ire at PlayStation, which I think continues to misunderstand what brought us to this point. Now, if you guys are watching this later and you want to be here for these broadcasts, make sure to hit subscribe. Also, hitting the like button really helps me out. It helps more people find this stream. So you could be in the live audience right now, or you could be watching it later. And if you've never done a membership before on YouTube, on my channel, it's $5 for the month, and you get into my members-only Discord where we do a segment called The Green Room, and that does support me directly, so consider doing that as well. All right, let's get into these stories because there's a lot going on. Well, the week has finally arrived. The GTA 6 pre-orders go live in just 3 days, and over the weekend, there was a handful of price leaks. More than that, continued speculation swirls around the possibility of the GTA 6 Trailer 3 dropping any day now. Let's just think about this for a second. This is a monumental moment in the history of gaming, and we're about to take part in it. And there was worry, there was concern about just how high the GTA 6 price might end up being, and this is what Games Radar reported. French retailer FNAC, which operates across Europe, has now posted 5 products on its website: RS1, RS2, RS3, RS4, RS5. So there's 5 of them. Now they have a release date of November the 19th. I wonder what game this could be. Now, based on the number of games fleeing Rockstar Games' blast zone, I'm pretty sure it's a safe bet that these listings are related to GTA 6. So that was the reporting that we got. Now, it's hard to see these as anything else. Like, this has got to be what it is, right? This has got to be GTA 6. And we can confirm at least one thing from this leak, and that's that there's going to be multiple SKUs. Now, you might think, oh, well, there's different platforms. Maybe that's why there's so many placeholders, but I do think it is a safe bet to say there is going to be multiple versions of GTA 6. The leak now shows, actually, at the time it showed these 5 listings priced in euros: 89, 99, 109, 119, and a whopping 199. So, 200 euros for the most expensive one. The base one being about 90 euros. Now, other leaks were popping up that also had 5 SKUs. There was standard, there was deluxe, there was premium, there was collectors, there was something called ultimate collectors. These were still priced in euros, but they did have estimates for USD listed. It was base price 80 all the way up to $230 or something like that for the ultimate edition, collector's edition, right? Now, the price ranges on these end up being a bit odd, okay? Now, on further inspection, though, the leak had the wrong GTA 6 logo on it. So there was a leak where it was using the wrong logo. It was using the old logo. You may have noticed that they updated. They even said the collector's edition was going to have a 10-inch statue of Lucia and Jason, and you couldn't even see them in the picture. It was like a car. So it seemed like it might have been fake. Then, notable and reliable leaker Bill KUN weighed in, and he said that the SKUs from the French retailers are, quote, just placeholders because EAN codes, like UPC in the US, they aren't belonging to Take-Two traditional game prefixes. So, those prices are random ones. He went on to say that he was without his PC, so he could not get the real prices. So in the coming days, we may see the actual prices leak, as Bill seems to be indicating they can get their hands on them. Now, others weighed in and claimed that Rockstar will not be setting the prices to retailers until about an hour before the pre-orders are officially up. Now, if those claims are true, then Bill may have a different way of acquiring the official GTA 6 prices. Now, on the subject of GTA 6 Trailer 3, the official YouTube account on YouTube gave us a hint. Yes, you heard that right. This is the account run by YouTube. This is not Rockstar GTA 6. So they left a comment as YouTube, on YouTube, for GTA 6 Trailer 2. If that's confusing to you, just go to GTA 6 Trailer 2, and one of the most relevant comments is from the literal YouTube account. It says YouTube left the comment, okay? And they said, this was like 4 days ago, consider us busy on June 25th. Now, it seems a bit strange to leave this comment on a trailer that's like over a year old. They could just be making a joke about the fact that they're going to be busy placing a pre-order on June 25th. Or it could be a hint that maybe we're going to be getting some type of a trailer drop on the 25th, as well as maybe something the day before. I actually think this would be the perfect time to drop GTA 6 Trailer 3 with some actual gameplay, all right? Given how their cover art reveal video is only 33 seconds long, and it's already amassed over 10 million views, they may see absolutely no reason to drop anything this week at all. Now, I personally think that they will. It would make the most sense to drop it on like the 24th, the day before, really get excitement and pre-order hype basically into the stratosphere, which it kind of already is. Knowing Rockstar, though, predicting their marketing zigs and zags is more for the fun of it, not because I'm actually good at this. I've not been consistently accurate in this regard. I did predict, however, based on comments from Strauss Zelnick, that their marketing would be very different this time. We were going to see things pop up on like platforms like TikTok and others, and he did an interview with a street interviewer on TikTok, and that was not random. I know they made it look random. That was 100% staged. There will be continued marketing like that. There is a very clear social media bent within GTA 6. I personally believe you'll be able to sync your own social media accounts and have moments in the game go to your account as if they happened in real life. I think they're trying to bridge the gap between those two realities, which means I actually think the marketing will probably do very similar things. I think they're going to leverage these platforms to have these sort of viral moments. So this is the week it happens. The price leaks currently are just placeholders, and GTA 6 Trailer 3 could land at any moment. But those are just my thoughts. I'd love to know what you think about this as well. And Halo caused a bit of controversy and confusion also, so let's take a look. The Halo Combat Evolved official FAQ caused some drama and confusion over the weekend, and even after their clarification and correction, I still find one detail to be a bit strange and maybe bothersome to those of us who might play online co-op in the same home, okay? In case you missed it, the official Halo Combat Evolved FAQ went live, and it indicated that for PlayStation 5 users in both local and online co-op, you would be required to link your PSN account with an Xbox account, and then also both accounts would need a PlayStation Plus subscription. Obviously, the local co-op is what caught everybody's attention. If your buddy is playing in Texas and you're playing in Florida, it's understandable that you would both need an account with PlayStation Plus. You're playing online. I pointed out in my own video that even requiring two separate PlayStation Plus subscriptions for online co-op could end up being a bit of a snag for me, as I play in the same home. We'll have to run an experiment on that and see if it continues to work in the way that all other co-op games have worked for us. Now, after the information made the rounds, eventually the official Halo Twitter clarified and said the following. Quote, "We incorrectly stated that PlayStation Plus is required for local co-op split-screen play. Local split-screen co-op requires a PlayStation account for each player, but does not require a PlayStation Plus account." Now, they have since updated their FAQ to indicate this. And obviously, this led to a correction that was nothing short of entertaining, because Xbox fans were blaming PlayStation. PlayStation fans were blaming Xbox. And I thought the blame was pretty obvious. They were requiring you to have a PSN and link it with an Xbox account because they want your data. Now, the FAQ still indicates that for local co-op, the second player will need to be signed into a PSN and link that PSN to an active Xbox account. That requirement has not gone away. So you can't use the guest feature, right? You can't do that. You can't use a PSN that's not linked to an Xbox account. So currently, my wife's PSN will not work. We're going to have to link it to an Xbox account in order for her to be able to play with me, local or online. So for local co-op, you are still requiring more than any other local co-op game that I have ever played. It just leaves me with more questions. The biggest one being, is total offline local co-op even possible? Like, if you go through this initial process, are you going to be able to play offline split screen? Like, if the internet goes out, are you still going to be able to play? Since it's going to want to check for your PSN linked to an Xbox in order for it to work. The plot remains a little convoluted in my opinion. For online co-op, they still require you to both have PS Plus, and I'm not sure if that's required in the instance of how I do it. My wife and I have played countless online co-op games with 2 different PlayStation 5s. She's never had to have a PS Plus sub on her account. Now, somebody pointed out to me and said, well, when you use the home console setting, it basically shares the benefits of PS Plus with that PlayStation. So she's been able to play co-op games with me online and has never needed PS Plus. So that should cover us for Halo Combat Evolved. It's not going to cover you for you and your friend if you live in different states and you both have your own PlayStations. You're each going to need PlayStation Plus. But requiring local co-op to have that secondary account linked to an Xbox account, that is an extra hurdle that some people might find annoying, because a lot of the times when you're playing co-op, you just have your girlfriend or your friend or your wife just log in on a guest, or in my case, they log in on their own PSN that you really don't do anything with that account. It's literally just set up so they can play with you. I'm not a fan of account linking being a requirement. I didn't like it when PlayStation tried it on Steam, and I don't like it here. I'm fine with it being optional, right? It could come with benefits like cross-save, or even if you want to give people cosmetics to motivate them to link their accounts, that's fine too. But I don't really gain anything from these steps to link the accounts, because we're never going to benefit from the cross-save. We're only going to be playing this game on our PlayStations. So it's just one more pesky hurdle between me and jumping into the game, and I've never been a fan of that. If you go to open up a game and it's like, hey, set up an account with us or give us your email address, I'm always like, no, leave me alone. I bought your game. I just want to play your game. Forcing me to do this is not a deal breaker, but I've just never been a fan of this type of thing being required. It should be opt-in, but it's their choice, it's their game. So, where do you land on this? Was this a mistake? Did the blowback cause them to walk back the requirement? I'm actually kind of curious, if it is going to have to do that account linking, how are they going to get around not needing PS Plus? Because account linking is going to need to do an internet check, and when it goes to do the internet check, that account won't have PS Plus. I'm not actually sure how that's going to work. Let me know in the comments below, or make sure you're here for those live discussions. And the next topic is Destiny versus Marathon, because why not, right? The continued battle for the future of Destiny and the soul of Bungie is underway, with growing concerns about significant layoffs and a renewed focus on player counts. Since the start of Marathon Season 2, as well as that free update that hit Destiny 2, a consistent comparison has been made, and it's clear which game is garnering more support and more consistent engagement. Destiny 2 came out 9 years ago, and a free update has rejuvenated the game and its community, seeing roughly 1 million unique logins a day. And Steam charts, it's still hitting consistent concurrent player counts of over 100,000 since the update. Meanwhile, just 3 weeks ago, into the new Marathon season, and the numbers are right back down where they were before the season started. And not just down where they were before, but they're actively and visibly declining. Overnight lows on Steam are already dropping into the 4,000 to 5,000 concurrents, and seeing such a fast decline this early in the season really spells trouble for the game's longevity as a whole, as well as just basic matchmaking functionality. Just to give you a picture, it took them almost the entire season to get this low on Season 1. They've made it this low just in 3 weeks. That is a very quick decline. That is concerning for people that are enjoying the game and want matchmaking to continue. We're hearing that the numbers on console are even worse. Some are suggesting you could pull a quick audible here, just make the game free to play. The free-to-play week didn't seem to do much for them either. Others, they keep hurtling their anger towards Sony, claiming that these numbers are embarrassing for PlayStation. What seems to be continually lost on the folks who have covered Destiny for a living for the better part of the last decade is that this is all Bungie's fault. And I don't know how this fact eludes them. I don't know how you cover a game and a company for basically 10 years and you just can't see what's happening here. This is simple denial and blame shifting. Plain and simple. The mismanagement of the company, its finances, and undeniable success of Destiny as a franchise can be laid at the foot of the company who made all of these decisions. But if there's one thing that Bungie and Destiny content creators are seemingly addicted to avoiding, it's accountability. Well, unless it's, of course, a kind of fake conjured accountability that can be used to harm your competition in the content creator space, well, then they love the word. And I guess that's the one part of this that I do take some unique level of satisfaction in. The continued refusal to hold Bungie accountable for their own horrible decisions and leadership while quickly looking for a scapegoat. That's not going to save the game, and it's not going to save the company. You don't get to pull a cancel brigade this time. It certainly is a glorious self-report for those watching from the rest of the world to observe, especially decision makers at PlayStation, or maybe new leaders at Bungie. I would be paying very close attention to all the dialogue and all the rage farming that is happening right now. Because if there's one thing I hope PlayStation does once they're in charge at Bungie, it's cut all ties with the content creator space. It's been unhealthy and toxic for years. You also need a new community management team. It's part of what has led to this moment. So at some level, I'm cheering for Bungie and Destiny to be saved. But not just saved from disaster. Saved from a community that's proving itself to be once again quick to blame and attack rather than critique and rebuild in a healthy way. But those are just my thoughts, and now I'd love to hear your thoughts as well. And you guys can do that in the live chat. Let me know what you think. We got a lot of topics, a lot of things going on. The Halo situation with the co-op, the GTA 6 price leaks, and just a continued insistence on attempting to blame Sony and PlayStation for all of Bungie's failings. It's miraculous. Let's get the goal going as well. Broken surprise. Han shot first, and so did you. You did a resub before I went live. DK Bager with the first gifted member. Actually, 2 gifted members from DK Bager. Yelix with a $5 super chat. I think GTA 6 will have a similar feel to Red Dead Redemption 2 in terms of physics, but Rockstar might surprise us. I was actually hoping that Red Dead 2 was going to get that 60 FPS update anytime soon, but I don't know if there's room in the calendar for it now. It might end up having to come later. Give me 1 second, Twitch. I know you just hit a 5-bomb. And then Cat Uncle with 33 months over there on YouTube says, it is the week, the Star Fox release week. Nothing else is happening. That's right. Nothing else of significance is happening this week. It's Star Fox's week. Forget GTA 6. And a 5-bomb comes in from Wired Rope and gets us to 9 on the day. The prices leak got debunked. It did. I said that in the show open. Not sure the Halo situation is a thing to even worry about. Well, initially it was concerning because it was like, hey, if you want to play local co-op, your second player needs PS Plus for local offline co-op. So yes, initially it was a concern. It seemed kind of stupid. Equally, I think, not equally stupid, but I would say annoying is being like, oh yeah, both accounts need to link to an Xbox account. I don't want to do that. I don't. I defended the Steam boys. Back when they got mad, when they were going to make all the people like link their PSNs on Steam, I defended them. I said, I think it's annoying. I don't like doing it either. If you want me to do it, give me something for it. Like, at the very least, make it optional. So if I don't want to do it, I don't want the benefits of cross-save, then I'm not going to waste my time doing it. Hang on, I missed some resubs on Purple. Ganks, 15 minutes ago, resubscribed for 38 months. Thank you, Ganks. And then Talus Gaming renewed over there as well. 9 months flying by fast. Keep up the great work. Thank you. So, like, I'm not angry. I'm more annoyed. Now, when they were going to require it for local, I was like, this is weird. You're going to require 2 PS Plus subscriptions for local? That's bizarre. And people were like, it's PlayStation's fault. They're being greedy. And it was like, no, I don't think so. I think Halo or Halo Studios or whoever is requiring both accounts be online. And if it's creating its own instance for local co-op where both accounts need to be online, guess what? Your secondary account's going to need PS Plus. So I don't know how they're getting around this. I truly don't. You want my honest opinion? I feel like they walked it back because of the blowback. I honestly think they're going to have to change something in the settings. I don't know. ArcWorks showcase tomorrow. I don't know what that is. Luke Stevens thinks that GTA is going to run at 30 FPS on the Pro. Any thoughts? I don't really care. Immediately deleted Test Drive Unlimited when they wanted me to make an account with them. Thought it would be a fun PlayStation Plus game, but I don't got time for that. Oh, they were like asking you to create an account or whatever. Listen, it's not a deal breaker. It's not a deal breaker. but it certainly is annoying. Like, I do not like booting up a game brand new and then being given a homework assignment. Look, you need to go give us your email, then you got to log in, then you got to connect it, and then you can play. No, I just want to play your game. I don't want to do any of that. I didn't buy your game to go and do something on a website. You know what I'm saying? When the Steam guys were upset, like when they were upset about the PSN thing, I was on their side. I was like, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of requiring that. And people are like, well, other companies do it. I don't care. That doesn't change my opinion on it. I'm not going to be like, oh, well, I like it now. Lots of people do it. I hate it. I've never liked it. I go to boot up the game, and it's like, bloop, and it's like, give us your email address and set up an account with us. And I'm like, no, I don't want to do that. I have an account with PlayStation. I bought a game with that account on my PlayStation. I have an account with Steam, and when I buy a game with that account on Steam, I want that to be the end of the matter. Now, if you want to offer features for linking the account, sure, go ahead. Make it opt-in. Thank you for the renewal, McD09, 53 months. I'm paying whatever Rockstar wants for GTA 6. Okay, I tell you what, McD09. I want you to imagine that GTA 6 is $1,000. If it's only $70, you can just pay me the difference so you can have that experience. Like, I don't want you to feel like you were robbed of an experience. So if you're really willing to pay them whatever they want, then you can role play with me. Pause. Just imagine it's $1,000 and you just pay me the difference, bro. And you can tell all your friends, I'll spend $1,000 on GTA 6. I think that's a great idea. I'm a fan of this. Is this account linking unique to just Halo, or doesn't Forza and Sea of Thieves require it? I think Sea of Thieves requires it. I've not tried to play Forza, but I believe Sea of Thieves requires it as well. I'm not a fan of it. I'm not going to sit here and be overly critical and call them the devil for it, but I didn't like when PlayStation did it on Steam, and I don't like it here. It's like, make it optional. If you make it optional, make it opt-in, and give people perks, benefits, or something for doing it, then that's totally fine. Requiring it, I'm just not a fan of that. Now I gotta link my wife's PSN to an Xbox account? Like, okay. I mean, she has one of each, but that's just one more step I've got to take to play your game. Like, come on, man. I bought your game to play it, not to go fiddle around with settings. GTA 5 has 60. But again, that game is old. The GTA 6 60 FPS discussion, I think, is a bit of a waste of time. Because I think one side presumes they've made no advancements and no changes in how they developed, which I don't think is true, because they somehow went back to their older games and figured out how to do it, which means I think they were experimenting with things. I think they were going back into their old games to figure out, hey, are there ways we can shift things around? Are there ways we can get frame rates to increase? I think that was an experiment. Now, that doesn't mean that you're going to be able to boot this game up on an Xbox Series S and get flat, solid 60 the whole time. I'm gonna guess the Series S is almost guaranteed to be a 30 FPS experience. The Series X and the base PS5, I think, will inelegantly go and target 60 and probably won't hit it very consistently. And I think the Pro will be closer, but still will not be consistent. There will be times where it doesn't, it dips or it falls. There'll be things that happen. To just flat out say, no, they're going to enter the market with a 30 FPS capped game in 2026, I just think is bonkers. It's like, I think that'll be crazy. That'll be absolutely crazy if that's the result. I'll be honest with y'all. I think that's crazy to not even try. You went back and did it to your old games. I know they're old games, but it's like, well, clearly you guys were looking at this and seeing this as a priority. People prioritize this. They think it's important. I don't know. That's where I land on it. And listen, I could be 100% wrong. They could walk out in the market and be like, yeah, it's capped 30 FPS. We feel we feel that we built a great game anyway. And I'm like, okay. Biggie Smalls with a Prime over there on purple. One of the original leaks showed dev mode with a 2080 running at 30, which is PS5 comparable. Yeah, and that's it. But again, how old was the leak? In dev mode, were they experimenting with different things? I'm telling you, it would be very, very weird, very, very weird for them to just flat out not even try. Now, I'm not sit here delusionally thinking that the game is going to be a rock solid 60 on every platform everywhere you go. I'm not. I know that is wishful thinking, beyond wishful thinking. That's a little, I would say maybe even a little delusional. But the reason I think the discussion is a bit of a waste of time is because there's so much presumption about GTA 6 that it's like, oh, they haven't made any advancements. They're going to run this game exactly the same way they've run all their previous games. I'm like, they haven't released a game in, 8 years or more? I mean, how long's it been now since the last game came out? It's been 13 years since the last GTA 6 came out. And it's like, I again would imagine they've made advancements. If it ends up running at flat 30, you guys can have a ball. You know what I mean? I ain't playing it. I'm not doing it. I accepted it in Lego Batman because it was half of my screen and it was tolerable in that game style, but it was still noticeable and I did not like it. I wouldn't have played Lego Batman full screen at 30. I wouldn't have done it. With it only being half the screen, though, I was like, okay, this is tolerable, and we were having fun. And it's a Lego game. You know what I mean? It was like a vertical screen, half the screen vertical, and it was a Lego game. You're right about the Halo, because on GTA Online, only PSN ID and user email for everything. Well, and yeah, I think Madam and I will be able to do the thing that we always do. I don't think she'll need PS Plus for online co-op. We've never needed her to sign up for PS Plus for online co-op on any other game. Borderlands, Sworn, Pow World, anything we've ever played with online co-op where we're each on our own PlayStation, she's never needed PS Plus. I'm assuming that's going to be true of Halo because I think she gets the benefits. It treats her as if she has PS Plus when she's on my home console. I think that's what it does. Somebody kind of said that to me. I think it was on Twitter. And I was like, oh, that makes sense. So I don't think we're going to need it for online co-op. Rockstar never cared about FPS ever. If they've never cared about it, why have they gone back to old games and updated them to 60 then? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, again, this idea about, they've never cared about FPS, and you have to use games that are 8 and 13 years old back when this wasn't a priority. It wasn't a priority. Now, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying that means the game's going to run at 60. What I'm saying is I don't think your argument's compelling because you're going back to a time where it wasn't a priority. You're like, well, they've never cared. And it's like, that was 13 years ago. They've gone back and updated the games to run at 60. You know what I mean? Cope, how am I getting moron WTF wrong with you sick people? They had no choice. Right, but okay, Foreign Fabric, let me walk you through your logic then. Games that were coming out 13 years ago were not 60 FPS. Those same developers are now releasing games at 60 FPS. That's why your argument's not compelling. They were all constrained back then. Spider-Man 1 and God of War 2018 and Horizon Zero Dawn are 3 really good examples. They all launched as 30 FPS games. All of those developers seemingly cared about frames per second this gen when they dropped their games at 60. So again, I'm not saying that you are wrong in your prediction. I'm saying your argument isn't compelling because everybody was dropping games at 30 for the most part back then, and it was not an indication of their priority. Like, your argument is, well, they didn't care about FPS back then. I'm like, are you arguing that nobody cared about FPS back then? Because everybody was dropping 30 FPS games last gen, for the most part. There were some exceptions, but by and large, most games were dropping at 30. They were. And I don't think it was because the developers didn't care. I don't think they were like, yeah, we don't care. We think FPS doesn't matter. Now, it wasn't a priority there for a while. I remember everybody was focusing on, resolution. I remember when going up to 1080 was all the rage, and that really mattered. And 1080 was the big thing, and frames per second didn't matter. And I remember being like, I think frames per second matters because it really affects the experience and the fluidity and the feel and the immersion within the game. So again, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying I don't think your argument's very good. It was a lot of games that came out at 60 around the time of GTA 5. I actually don't think that that's true. The average game that was either like large open world or a first-person shooter, they were almost all at 30. So, we'll see. I think the way I walked through my position, I think is very fair. I think the Series S will be guaranteed capped at 30. I don't think the Series S is going to be able to run this game all that well. I think the Series X and the base PS5 are going to inelegantly target 60. Like, I think they're going to target 60. They'll have a mode to target 60, and it's not going to be very great. I think the Pro is going to get closer because it's going to It's going to be able to use different things to potentially help buy up some of that headroom, whether they use PSSR or they just use the stronger GPU to shoulder some stuff. I don't know. But I don't think... Here's what I don't think is going to happen. I don't think the game's just flat out capped at 30 on all the platforms. I don't. I think they're going to attempt to hit 60. Maybe there's some patches. Maybe there's a couple of months where they're trying to make it run better. But I don't think they're coming out with a game in 2026 and being like, oh, no, yeah, it's just flat 30. We didn't even try. Does that make sense? Like, because, again, the argument that, like, oh, but back when they dropped their games, they didn't care about FPS. The average game back then, especially big open world games, they were dropping those games at 30. You can use Red Dead 2 as an example. You can go all the way back to GTA as an example. And games around that time that looked like that and went for those large open areas, they were running at 30. There's a handful of games back then that were managing to hit 60, but I don't think they were not the norm. They were not the norm. AOZ says 2080 being equivalent is an estimation by market analysts based on assumption. Actual comparison varies significantly, and PCs on 2080s usually perform significantly worse, says AOZ. $5 super chat from Broken Earth says, FPS matters more than I ever really knew. I was capping my FPS to 30 in Destiny 2 for testing with some of the fun bugs, and it was rough. It is. Rockstar has listed No Pixel V as a title within the Rockstar Games launcher backend with today's update. Yeah, they're getting ready. They're getting ready. There's going to be all kind of GTA 6 rumblings this week. Whether or not we get GTA 6 Trailer 3, whether or not GTA 6 60 FPS is even possible. Like, there's going to be a lot of rumblings this week. What's the GTA 6 price going to be? Okay, great. It looks like we're finally getting some motion with my tax man. Oh my golly, it's been long. People will still buy. Well, I'm not arguing whether people will buy or not. I've not really broached into that part of the discussion. I do think there are people that will forego the game if they walk out into the market and say it's capped at 30. There will be people that won't buy. Will they matter in the grand scheme of things? Probably not. This thing's just too big. The vast majority of people are just going to be like, that sucks, but I'm buying it anyway. Well, maybe not the vast majority, but like a lot of people are going to be like, that sucks, I'm buying it anyway. Even the people that don't initially buy might cave and give in. They'll be like, I'm not missing out. My friends are talking about how fun it is. Zubair says they will matter. It'll be noticeable. So, Zubair, you actually think if they come out and they make it crystal clear this thing's capped at 30 FPS, you think enough people will say, I'm not buying? It'll be like a quantifiable amount that they'll be like, oh, wow, we kind of took a bit of a hit there. I mean, I suppose when you're looking at selling millions upon millions of copies week one, just a percentage point off of that is significant. We've talked about that before with Call of Duty, where if Call of Duty suffers a 5% engagement loss, that's huge because they're so big. So I guess you could compel me that, like, they're going to sell so many millions of copies. If they just suffer like 2 to 3% less people buy it, that's significant. That's a lot of people in the grand scheme of things. I don't know if we could quantify it, but if 10% of the people are on the fence and they don't buy, that's a large number. That's fair. You got to think about the fact that, there's somewhere between 90 and 100 million PlayStations in circulation. How many of those people are expecting 60 FPS games? And are they going to be like, like, think about how many people have come in. They've left comments on my videos. They've left comments on my GTA 6 price poll. And they're like, yeah, I'm not really into the game anyway. Right? If they're kind of on the fence, they're kind of like, yeah, I've never really played the game. That could be the tipping point. That could be the thing that makes them say, yeah, I'm not even going to bother trying it. Right? The gaming community is pretty large. There could be a quantifiable amount of people that are like, I've never really been big on GTA 6, but 30 FPS is a deal breaker for somebody that wasn't already kind of sold. Do you understand? Like, there are so many people. Now, you might clap back and say, well, they're still going to make a ton of money. Yeah, I don't think anybody's denying that. It's still going to be insanely profitable. Nobody's denying that. But if internally they're tracking the sales numbers and they notice, no, yeah, there's a quantifiable amount of people that were like, yeah, I'm not getting this now because the 30 FPS is a deal breaker. I'm not playing games at that performance threshold anymore. How many PlayStation 5 Pros are in circulation? Those people paid extra money for FPS and high fidelity. They care. Right. You could have a pretty good percentage of the people on the Pro that say, I didn't buy the Pro for this. Especially if people were literally buying the Pro for GTA 6. £2 super chat. I'm worried because Red Dead 2 is still 30. That's fair. There's been a lot of rumors and leaks about that getting an update. I mean, they updated RD1, RDR1, and they updated GTA 5. So there's not. That's not going to determine whether people buy it or not. It will make numbers. No, I think there will be people that don't buy if they flat out come out and they make it crystal clear it's capped at 30. That's the hypothetical. We're not saying if Digital Foundry does a report a week later and says it struggles to hit 60. I'm saying if they come out and they don't make any bones about it and they unabashedly say it's capped at 30, there will be people that say, I'm not buying that. There will be. I don't think they'll be the majority, but there'll be a percentage of people that are like, no, I bought a Pro. I'm not playing a 30 FPS game. There'll be some folks. I'm not saying that there's enough that Rockstar is going to be rattled or worried, but there'll be people that are like, nah, dude, I'm good. Especially, again, consider what I said a little bit ago. There's lots of people that are on the fence. There's lots of people that are on the fence, and they might be like, yeah, that's kind of a deal breaker. I was kind of on the fence. I wasn't sure if I was going to take the plunge. I've never been a big GTA guy. Folks will wait for PC. Yeah, a lot of guys that have PCs and PlayStations will wait. They'll be like, I'll just wait for it to come to PC. Neo Reaper says, I just saw your Bungie versus Sony part. You nailed it 100% about content creators for that game. Thank you, Neo Reaper. Yeah, the Destiny content creator crowd seems to once again, they're unable. Like, the word accountability only really comes out when they can cancel somebody and remove competition in the directory. Like, that's when they like accountability. They don't like accountability when they have to hold the company accountable for completely screwing the pooch and mismanaging the company. Then they're like, no, it's Sony's fault. Like, okay. Draconic Frost says, didn't 343 correct the Halo issue? Or the $2 super chat. They came out and said you don't need PS Plus to use local co-op. My frustration with it is they are still requiring you to link your PSN to an Xbox account for local co-op. That is still a requirement, and I'm not a fan of that. I was critical when PlayStation did it on Steam. I'm being consistent here. I do not like when companies force you to account link or sync. I don't like it. I was critical of PlayStation. I'm being consistent. Don't make me do it. You can make it an option. Make it opt-in. But now to play local co-op with my wife, I have to make her PSN connect to an Xbox account. And I'm like, what? What about people that want to do local co-op with a guest account? Can't do it. The FAQ literally says both accounts have to be connected to Xbox. I'm not a fan of that. I'm not. I don't like it. It's not a deal breaker, right? It's not a deal breaker. I'm not going to boycott the game, but I'm like, I don't like that. I don't think companies should force this. When they did it when PlayStation did it to Steam users, I was heavily critical. How many PlayStation players have Xbox accounts? I really have no idea. They want you to make one. That's why they're doing it. There's 90-something million people on PlayStation 5, and a lot of them might be like, I don't have an Xbox account. Guess what? You got to make one. You got to make one. And then you got to connect them. That's a hurdle and a barrier between me and game time that I don't want to fiddle with. You're giving me homework at the point of purchase. I'm good. No thanks. I don't even do mail-in rebates, for Pete's sakes, and that's money. You gonna send me money if I fill out this piece of paper and put it in the mailbox? Yeah, I'm good. That'll take me 5 minutes, and that's just 5 minutes I don't have to spare. Don't lie, you're that way too. Who's doing mail-in rebates? Who's doing that? When I worked at AT&T, we always did those mail-in rebates. You know who did them? Old people. Old people did mail-in rebates. It's homework at the point of purchase. Congratulations, here's your item. If you would like to get your money back for the sale, here's a form you have to fill out and send in. It's like, congratulations, you bought our game. Now you need to go do these 6 things before you can play. Like, get out of my face. I just did them for my contacts. Excuse me, that's money. I'm talking about myself. I'm just saying I don't do it. I don't do it on my mail-in rebate. Forget it. Coupons? We were behind an older gentleman in the grocery store yesterday, and she was like, beep, 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 beep. She scanned all of his coupons, and $15 came off his bill. I was like, okay, boomer, good job. But I'm like, I ain't doing all of that, dude. I ain't doing all that. I ain't cutting coupons and taking them to the store and being like, now listen, I have money, but I also have these random pieces of paper from a magazine, so thank you very much. Make my bill lower. Then he paid with cash and exact change. No. Thank the Lord he wasn't one of those boomers. He paid with a credit card. I was like, bless you, sir. Coupons rule, same with double coupons. I'm obviously being somewhat in jest, but I do genuinely think at the point of purchase, once the game's installed, I just want to play the game. I don't want all these extra steps. I didn't like when PlayStation did it on Steam, and I don't like it here. It's not a deal breaker. I'm not going to burn the building down metaphorically and boycott and be like, "Rrr." Like, I'm not doing that, but I'm just like, couldn't you guys just make this opt-in? This doesn't need to be a requirement for local co-op. Like, that begs another question. Will Halo Campaign Evolved feature a purely offline local co-op, or will you need to be online to play? It's local co-op. Undying Dirge with the VIP, 34 months. Thank you so much. This is kind of like a mail-in rebate, only I don't get money, so nothing like it at all. Well, Dirge, that's why I made the point. I'm like, I don't even do mail-in rebates, and that's for money. You think I want to link an account? Armani Coleman with a $5 super chat. I keep on watching the Wolverine extended look. It's fast. I'm actually happy it's linear. I am too. By the way, thank you guys for a nice, strong start to the week. We started a little late today, and I apologize for that. I don't have a great way of letting you guys know. This is a really great way, or great reason. Too Thirsty, thanks for the gifted member. We are a 10 bomb away from the first milestone of the week. We didn't hit the goal last week, so there was no Saturday stream. Let's bounce it back this week, boys. All right? But a great reason to become a member and get in the Discord is you'll know what's going on when I start late, all right? I was up till like 2 in the morning last night. We had potential tornadoes, and we didn't want to miss the siren. And then I woke up at 3 after it had passed. I fell asleep, and I woke up at 3 after it had passed, and I had to kind of check the house for flooding just in case. We're fine. Everything's fine. Property's fine. Internet and electricity are fine. But I was so stinking tired. There was no way I was going back to bed at 3 and waking up 3 hours later. I typically wake up around 6 or 6:30 to go live and have enough time in the morning to get everything prepped for 9. So I slept in a little bit, and the show started around 10 instead. So sorry about that. Note to self, don't put Lono on guard duty. Well, I wasn't committed to staying up. We stayed up until around 2. That's when the tornado thing did end. Then I fell asleep, but then I woke up because we had our sound machine lowered just in case, so if the siren went off. And then I heard the storm, and the storm woke me up, and then I checked the house. So, Broken Earth with a $5 super chat. I pushed back when PlayStation did this. I shall also push back when Xbox does this. Stop with this nonsense. Accounts for local co-op? No, thanks. I want GTA 6 for $70. If you guys didn't take my poll, pause. We have a poll on the channel. I'm going to show you guys this. It's about the GTA 6 price, all right? It's about the GTA 6 price. And basically, I asked a simple question. The GTA 6 price leaks are hitting. How much are you willing to spend for the GTA 6 Standard Edition? And you'll notice something. You'll notice something. Something really strange is going on. Because people are just like, they're definitely clustering around 70. All right? Okay? They're definitely clustering around 70. And then, next in line's 80. But everyone's like, dude, frick $90. I ain't paying 90. But if you made it 100. I saw this morning and I just laughed. Like, this is one of those anomalies within the data that you're like, what the frick? Like, what? Like, why are people why are people just skipping right over 90? And they're like, frick it. I'll just give you 100. Oh, I loved it. I was like, well, the GTA 6 price is leaking. And a lot of you are telling Rockstar that they'll put you over the barrel on this game and you'll take it. Hang on. Let me get the members up here. There we go. I need it in this scene. Michael Corleone. My offer is this. Nothing. Psychological price points. It really is interesting, isn't it? I mean, it is. It's interesting, and the fact that 80 is not even that much higher than 100. I mean, 27 to 18, that's what, 9 points. 9 points of difference. I mean, that's a difference, but it's not that much of a difference. You know what I mean? A $5 super chat from Armani Coleman says, who here is going to be staying up for Wolverine day one before UKIM? That's not really the subject matter, but I'm glad you're excited about it. Cardoc Ren just renewed for 65 months. Thank you. Do you think we see some returning IP at Gamescom? Do you have any suggestions? I haven't even thought about it. I mean, do you have something in mind? What's an extra $10 or $20 if you're playing GTA 6 for the next 10 years? Well, that's an interesting part of the GTA 6 price discussion. The value proposition that GTA 6 brings to the table is certainly not equal to the value proposition of, let's say, 007 First Light. So 007 First Light, I had a great time with it. I think I landed over 20 hours maybe. I took my time. I searched for everything. I had a really, really good time with it. I thought the cutscenes were great. I thought the action, sneaking, all of it. But that was a full-price AAA game. And I'm already done, right? No complaints. GTA 6, you're going to buy GTA 6, and months later, you're still going to be playing GTA 6. So it's like the value proposition is dramatically different. So this is why I think, and this is where it gets a little murky on the subject matter. There are people that are like, I would never ever give that much money for a game, but I'll do it for GTA 6. And then people are like, but will that affect the gaming market? And I'm like, I think if other companies want to follow GTA 6's pricing structure, they're going to F around and find out, because GTA 6 is in a different category altogether. Social Destruct with a $5 super chat says, the argument that 60 FPS doesn't matter today is ridiculous. Cerny said the percentage of how many go for performance mode is very high, vast majority. Well, we know that PlayStation and Rockstar are very good partners, so it's obvious that they maybe had that conversation. Like, you're going to want to make sure you have a performance mode here, and maybe PlayStation helped. I don't know. But it's like, if Cerny spoke with Rockstar at all, that was probably a part of the conversation. He was like, our data indicates performance is really important. JW with 64 months. Thank you so much, JW. So I don't think if GTA 6 price lands at like 100 or something crazy, I don't think that the market can follow suit. I don't think so. I know a lot of these analysts have said, oh, GTA 6 can lead the charge. They can lead the charge. Others will follow suit. Mario Kart did it, and then they tried it with like the Outer Worlds 2, and they had to walk that back. So I don't think so. I think you're absolutely going to see the industry F around and find out if they think, well, GTA 6 did it, so we can do it. It's like, you are not the same. You're not in the same hemisphere of market demand. If you think you're going to weather that kind of a price point, you're going to learn real quick that the market's going to say, yeah, right. Yeah, right. We're not paying that for your game. Mario Kart 80 failed. What are you basing that off of? Did you see? I didn't see any reports indicating that Mario Kart failed. Man, I have got a dadgum eyelash, and it's making me crazy. Okay. Are you doing a waiting room on the 25th? I don't know. I don't know. We'll have to see how the week goes. I think we get trailer 3 this week, but I've been wrong pretty much every time, so I'm probably going to be wrong again this week. You know what I mean? I'm probably going to be wrong this week. You said you had a conversation. What is this? Who is this? Bro. You got hacked again, mate. Who is this person? You got hacked again. Some guy named Chunka. I don't know if he's in our Discord. He's been hacked again. Is he in our Discord? If you guys get a DM from Chunka, don't click on any of it. The homie's compromised. Anyways, what's this conversation you had? I believe that you played on PS1, 2, and 3, and 4. 90% of the games on every gen were locked at 30. What you mean you can't stand at that frame rate? Some of us are so picky, the eye adapts very quickly to it. And you said, have you played a game in 60 FPS and then gone back to 30? It'll be different. This guy says, I do it every time. I have a PC and a Series X. Sometimes I play on PC. Sometimes I play on the Series X. I can surely tell that it's not that bad. Like I said, the eye adapts to it in the first 15 to 20 minutes. Yeah, I don't agree. The problem with what that gentleman is speaking to with respect to 60 FPS versus 30 FPS, the problem with what he's doing is he's speaking about something that is subjectively experienced as if it's a rule, and you can't do that. Sure, he goes back and forth, and it doesn't bother him, and he's like, the eye adjusts in the first 15 to 20 minutes. And it's like, okay, maybe for you, your experience is that you feel like your eyes adjust. I don't feel like that at all. The entire time I was playing Lego Batman, I could tell it was annoying. It looked bad. We were having fun. It was a vertical split screen, so I couldn't see that much. And I wasn't going to play the game by myself to get the better performance. I was going to play it with Madam. And I knew they weren't going to patch it. So it's like, no, that's subjective to the user. Not every person can bounce back and forth between 60 and 30 and like not see it. Like that's if that's your experience, man, good for you. But you can't act as if like that's the rule. Like the eye adjusts. Like no, like 30 phobia. It's not even a 30 phobia. You know what I mean? Like I know that works in some circles. Just attach phobia to the end of whatever it is. You know, I get it. I get it. That works in some circles. That doesn't work here. It's not a phobia. It's not a phobia, brother. It is literally a preference. Do you know what I'm saying? It's a preference. And listen, when people have preferences about products, it's going to determine their enjoyment. It's going to determine, whether or not they purchase. It 100% will. It 100% will determine that. For Pete's sakes. No other games will be at the quality of GTA 6 or be at GTA 6 or be at GTA 6 at 100 might be steep, but it's understandable, very, very understandable. Again, we're having two interchangeable discussions, which is totally fine. Again, the issue would be that you're dealing with a game that has more market demand than probably any game historically speaking. And so that's one aspect. But beyond market demand, you're also dealing with a game that people know at the point of purchase, the vast majority of the people buying it know, they're going to be playing this game for a very long time. Right? They know, yeah, I'm going to be playing this game for a very long time. So if that's the case, you know, if you're going to take the average person's perspective on it, you're basically saying, yeah, I'm willing. Because the two boxes are being checked for them. The demand is incredibly high. They're like, yeah, dude, everybody's playing. Are you kidding me? And then the value proposition is different. It's like, this is not a game you're going to play for 20 hours and then put down. It's a game that many people anticipate playing for months and arguably even years to come. So you walk into the market and you're like, yeah, I think $100 is fair. Now, again, you're going to F around and find out if you think you can walk in the market with your 20 to 30 hour, AAA game and charge the same price as GTA 6. You're going to learn a real quick and hard lesson that people are going to reject. They're going to reject your proposition. They're going to reject your product. You got hacked? No, I didn't get hacked. Somebody DM'd me, and it's that thing where, like, if you ever gotten this DM on Discord, it's a guy that's like sending you some crypto scam, and it's screenshots of like Mr. Beast or something. It's a scam. So yeah, we've had that happen to a couple of people in the Discord, and the last time I replied to this guy, I literally said, you got hacked. And now months later, he got hacked again. So he's just out here clicking on links. Does anyone know how many people bought GTA 5 at full price and how many millions bought it on sale 5 or 10 years later? Might be an interesting comparison. Not asking for the number, asking if anybody would know. Does anyone know how many people bought GTA 5 at full price, and how many millions bought it on sale or 12 years later? Might be an interesting comparison. Yeah, but also the market was so different back then too, so the comparison would be, hang on, I got some people to thank. I missed these. A 20 super chat from the OA. I bought Forza 5 on PS5, played a lot, and deleted it to make room. Last week I tried to play, and I got, this game is already logged in elsewhere, but there's no elsewhere. I checked my Microsoft account. Now I'm locked out of my game. What the heck? Has anybody figured out what happened? Oh, somebody's asking if he got hacked. So he bought Forza 5 on his PS5. He played, and then he deleted it. Last week, you tried to play it, and you got this game is already logged in elsewhere, but there is no elsewhere. I checked my Microsoft account, but I'm locked out of my game. EFV with 51 months on a member plus. Let me add you to the renewal total here. I guess my question for you, the OA, would be, did you keep trying? It literally could have been like a server error. I've had it do that before with me on PlayStation. Like if PSN is having trouble, if the network is having trouble, I 100% will it'll like act like, hey, okay. Yeah, I'm still going to have to call my tax guy. It still doesn't look right. But whatever. Same thing happened to me with Forza 5. Can you just wait a few minutes and try again? Forza's had some weird login issues. People have been getting progress wiped as well. Really? It's an error? I had it. People in chat are saying there's an error. Did you just have to keep trying and then eventually you could get into the game? I mean, I've had issues with PSN where I go to load a game and it's like, we need to check your license. And I'm like, what the frick? and then PSN will act. All of a sudden, PSN's fine. Lono's doing tech support now. Apparently, for a 20 Ruby super chat, I don't even know what that currency is. Okay, it sounds like it's an issue. So yeah, I'm having the same experience with Sea of Thieves. I tried playing it and I just gave up. The account connection thing is a nightmare. Yeah, I mean that is relevant to the story, y'all. I mean, he's bringing up Forza because it's relevant to the one of the stories. Halo Campaign Evolved is going to require you to link your Xbox account. Now, obviously, GTA 6 and the GTA 6 price leaks are a bigger story, but the Halo story definitely got some traction over the weekend. It was like, what the heck? Why are you making people do this? Why are you making people link their accounts? If you guys are watching on YouTube and you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure that you make that part of your ritual. So everybody right now, just take a quick second and check that thumbs up. I'm going to check it right now and make sure that it's saving. Make sure it saves your thumbs up. That does really help me out. Let's set our sights on 300, all right? And then whenever I owe you guys a member, I'll be ready to do that. I've got the chat open here. We are, how many away? We're 7 away from 25, the first milestone of the week. Yikes, that doesn't bode well for Halo. A question for chat who seem pretty confident about the future. How many would buy at 70 but not at 100? If it's GTA 6 after all, you have time to save that extra 30. I think if the GTA 6 price point landed close to 100, I think most people who were planning on buying would still buy. You'd lose your fence sitters. Your fence sitters would wait for a sale. I think anybody right now that's like locked in, ready, they want to be there day one for GTA 6, I think they would spend close to 100 a day. They wouldn't care. Once you get to the fence sitter people, like you get outside that initial ring of people and the people are like, yeah, I don't know, maybe. I think there are things that'll be deal breakers for them, and the price point could be one. They might wait for a sale. Air Uniform with a $10 super chat tip says, if I was Take-Two, I'd expect well over 90% of GTA 6's income to come from shark cards in the car shop. So I'd charge $70. I wouldn't expect to be making as much money on the initial purchase. Here's something you have to understand, though, Air Uniform. Let's just make this very easy, and we'll compare 70 to 80. Hey, Mark Anthony, thank you so much for renewing your membership for 23 months. Let's just compare 70 and 80. Okay. So they know at launch there are millions upon millions of people that are going to buy GTA 6 regardless of the price, within reason, right? If it's $1,000, that's unreasonable. Within reason. So let's just compare 70 and 80. And your Take-Two, and you know that if you charge $80 for every 1 million people that buy the game, you have made an extra $10 million. That's very easy math, right? The difference between 70 and 80 is $10. So if 1 million people buy at the 80, you take the $10, you multiply it by the million, that's where I'm getting $10 million. That's every million people. So if 5 million people buy the game at 80, day one, that's $50 million. Just right there. Easy money. 50 million copies sold with an extra $10. That's another half. Yeah, right. Once you start scaling it up to the absurd amount of copies this game is going to sell, you realize that that extra $10 ends up being millions upon millions, if not billions of dollars that they just get because they didn't do anything other than change the sticker. That's all they did. Yeah, it's an $80 price tag instead of 70. That's all they did, and they generate millions of dollars. That's why, like, sad you have to explain it like that. I think it seems obvious to some, but it's not obvious to others, which is fine. If you're just a consumer and you're thinking, I don't think Air Uniform's logic is bad. Oh, they're going to make a ton of money on the shark cards. They're going to want to get as many people in the door as possible. I think that's a logical position, but I think he's missing the fact that, like, they know they're going to sell millions of copies at whatever price they put, and that's just extra money. What you have to do is, you'd have to argue that at the extra $10, 80, you would have to argue that that means 7 people to every one person. Every one person willing to spend 80, 7 say no. Does that make sense? Those 7 people don't buy. So now you're like, oh, well, that wouldn't be worth it. We're turning so many people away. Because well, maybe it's not even 7. That might not even be the right. I might not even have done that equation right. Doing math in the morning is bad. It's even worse if I'm doing it. There's a breaking point, right? I don't know where the breaking point here is. Somebody smarter than me would have to do this. Get one of these finance guys that actually know how to work a calculator. There's a breaking point where if this person's willing to spend 80, we can lose a couple of people and we still made more money. Because for every one person you're making the extra 10, you've got to be losing way more people. You're willing to lose those people because you're getting more per unit every single time. I don't know what the breaking point is. There's a way to do this. There's like an equation. You can punch in the number and know we can lose this many people. We can, because this many people are willingly going to buy it at the 80. There's a tipping point. It's like when they jumped to 70, they knew they could do it because the number of people they lost was significantly smaller than the number of people that would be willing to buy it. I forget what this is called. I think there's literally a name for the equation when you crunch this. I don't think a GTA MMO would be all that successful. Well, GTA Online isn't really an MMO, but it certainly is an ongoing massive game with lots of people playing. 100 bits from Wired Rope. Thank you so much. They bought 5 million. The GTA roleplay service. That's why the no pixel inclusion is huge. They essentially could launch an MMO like with this and call it Project Rome. And also, after 1 year, millions will buy the game a second time on PC. Oh, well, not only that, price elasticity. If it was 10% more in revenue per customer, you have to lose more than 10% of customers to lose revenue. Same with profit, essentially. But that number is more complicated. But I don't know if that works either, because 10% more in revenue, 10% of customers could be greater because the per unit price. Does that make sense, Zoob? Like, this is where I start to get out of my depth. I know there's an equation that these companies use, and they say, if we bump our prices here and we maintain X percent of our consumer base, then we're okay. If you lose X percent of your consumer base by raising your price, that's when you determine we're not going to do that. Do the F around and find out equation. That's it. A $5 super chat from Ghost Hound. Thank you. And Lone Wolf renews for 57 months. Hi, Lone. Hope you have a good day. Thank you. We are a 5. We're a 5 gifted bomb away from 25. Every 25, I gift one back. And whoever hits it gets it. So whether it's you or whether it's the other platform, you're competing right now. It's 12-8 in the daily competition. Excuse me. Xbox would have to pay Rockstar for that to be dropped on Game. Xbox is never going to pay that. They're never going to write the check required to put GTA 6 on Game Pass. Never. If you guys are just tuning in, we've been talking about the GTA 6 price, where it could land, and how much more they could make. And somebody did super chat and said, well, they're going to make so much off of shark cards. Why wouldn't they just make the price really low? And Lone Wolf drops the 10 bomb and says, forget all this 25 stuff. We're going for 30. And we are now a 20 bomb away from the next milestone. We'll see if you guys decide to leapfrog this. There's the one that I owe you. A 20 bomb to 50 would mean I owe you guys another one. And I'm 50. They'd make 7 off of the $10 increase, since they'd have to pay 30% to the platform. Yeah, oh yeah, that's the other concept too, Wilfred. That's right. They do have to do the scrape with the platform they're selling on. That's correct. Alex comes in with 45 months on YouTube and says, have my re-up, and now back to purple in the Discord. Thank you so much, Alex. GTA 6 on the Series S is going to be interesting to see. In my opinion, the majority of the people are going to buy the game 3 times. One on console, one on PC, and one on the PlayStation 6. If you guys are enjoying the show on YouTube, make sure it is saving your like. Make sure it's saving your like. You have to factor in GTA Online, 10 billion in total microtransactions compared to 10 billion worth in copies of the game sold. I think Rockstar will want players online and spending. Well, here's the thing. I'm not a true lone wolf anymore. That's right. That's right. We have another lone wolf here. Darth Nihilus comes in and renews for 4 months. Welcome back in, Darth. The big fans will keep upgrading. Well, the thing is I think you might be accidentally creating like a false, it's called like a false dichotomy or a false binary. Like, well, they're either going to care about this or they're going to care about this. They're either going to care about making money on the sale of the game initially, or they're going to care about making money in GTA Online. It can definitely be both. It can be both and. A both and would be, this is how you would say it. You would say they care about both GTA 6 initial sales and GTA 6 revenue ongoing. They want to maximize both, brother. The one is not, pitted against the other. So they definitely are going to want the bum rush of pre-orders coming for them. Credit card companies are battening down the hatches right now. Like, whatever companies process these fees and monitor these fees, these platforms, these storefronts, homie, they are ready. It's going to be insane when they open up the floodgates this week. And they're sitting there knowing for a fact that they can charge $80 for the base version, and people will pay it and they won't even blink. Your early adopters don't even blink. They're like, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. The $80 version, the $100 version, the $120 version, there'll be multiple versions for sure. They ain't going to blink, brother. They're just going to buy. And they know that. When you have that power in the market, you are not going to be like, well, let's just charge $70 because we want to get more people in the game, to make money off of shark cards. Zubair says, my pushback is that most of the people that bought GTA 5 were not diehards. They were fence sitters who were enticed into buying. I expect more diehards this time and mostly fence sitters sitting still. Well, and they're probably anticipating what you're saying, Zubair, and being like, well, all those millions of diehards, we're going to make more money off of them. And then if they drop the price 6 months later, then the fence sitters will flood in again, and you get another round of money. Another influx of purchases. A 10 spot comes in from the OA. And to add gas to the fire, where were all these Destiny 2 players before? Too little, too late, maybe? PlayStation. Oh, I'm sorry. PS. I have 1,000 hours on Destiny 2. I'm absolutely trolling now. I would love another fix on D2. There's a lot of presumption in that subject as well. People are like, oh, they're only coming back because you said the game was going to end. I think that's really reductionist and presumptive to think that like all the people that came back only did so because you said the game was going to end. There's also good reason to think that people are coming back because Moments of Triumph was a great time. The Age of Triumph and D1 was a great time, and Monuments of Triumph is a great time, and they also address a lot of the things that people wanted to be addressed, and it's good content. So like reducing it down to being like, well, the only reason Destiny numbers are up is because they told everybody it was going to end. I think that's incredibly dismissive. It really is. Also, a lot of people putting forth this argument, they're the same ones that said everybody stopped playing Marathon because the season was about to wipe. And I'm like, it sounds like you guys are making, logical deductions that are at odds with each other. So everybody came back to Destiny because they said it was going to end, but everybody stopped playing this game because the season was going to end. Like what? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Wouldn't telling everybody it's going to end be a motivation to not really bother coming back according to the logic? Like, I don't know. No, the update is amazing. If the update was dog crap, no one would be playing. Right, players are persisting. Like, the numbers are consistent. That wouldn't work if it was just because, well, it's going to end. Like, the people are liking the content. A season ending and a game ending are not logically the same thing, not even close. I remember people using that logic during the server slam. They're like, well, everybody knew it was going to end and their process wasn't going to carry over, so they all stopped playing. And I'm like, well, then why would everybody come rushing back to play Destiny knowing that what they're doing goes nowhere? I think it's the quality of the content. I think that the numbers are speaking for themselves. Member berries? Again, I think that's probably true for some, but like the sweeping way that people talk about everybody coming back to Destiny, I think it's just too sweeping. There's too many people that have come back, like 1 million unique logins a day, because they're coming back for member berries because the game is ending. Okay. You know what? You're right. I don't want to have this conversation. Every single person that logged back into Destiny and is playing right now, they're hitting 100,000 concurrents on Steam and 1 million unique logins. Every single one of those people is only doing it for member berries because the game's going to end. I'm done. Let's move on. I don't want to talk about it anymore because I'm not interested. Rockstar's not doing review copies for this. I'm really curious to see how that works for Game of the Year. I'm really curious. Very, very curious. Like, if you don't do review copies, nobody's reviewing your game for the Game Awards. There's not going to be enough time. The game comes out on November the 19th. Are people going to review the game within a day? One day? Like, when's the cutoff for the Game Awards? Isn't it like the 20th or the 21st or something? How many days do we know the cutoff yet? The Game Awards cutoff date 2026. We don't know yet. It's just mid to late. For the 2025 event, it was November 21st. Rule of thumb, it's around the 20th. All right. So what was the 21st last year? Like, what day did that fall on? Let's see. The 21st was a Friday. So this year, that would mean if they follow the pattern, it'd be the day after. It'd be the 20th. Who cares about awards? Well, I mean, obviously a lot of people care about awards. Like, the Game Awards has gotten more viewership every year. It rivals major sporting events. It surpasses major sporting events. So to answer your question, who cares about awards? The global gaming community that watches the event? And it's an interesting discussion to be like, what's going to happen? The game comes out on the 19th, and it stands to reason that like a day later, like one whole day later, is the cutoff for the awards. And if Keighley pushes it back for GTA 6, people are going to raise a stink. I mean, they raise a stink every year, so he should probably just do whatever the frick he wants. But like, if he pushes it back and he's like, we're going to push the cutoff back 1 week so that the review outlets have time to play GTA 6, people would bellyache, but it's like, homies, it's GTA 6. What are you going to do, not include it and have to bump it to next year? Sneaky Platypus with 14 months. They've been subscribed for 14 months here. It says that, don't know if you've talked about Halo yet, but I'm stoked to play it, even if it's by myself. Keep up the good work and reporting, Lono, and the fellow Lona Knights. I don't think people want to be called Lono Knights. That's weird. Anyways, I have talked about it. And the weird part is they did walk it back. They're not going to require a PS Plus for the second player on local co-op. But they are going to require the local co-op player to link their PSN with an Xbox account, which is still odd for local co-op. I don't know why they're requiring that. I know. Meanwhile, the following year will feel awful to have GTA 6 winning awards 13 months later. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think so. Lona Knights is crazy. I've never, since the rebrand, I don't think we've ever tried to name the people, like the members here. We don't call you like Reforgers or, I don't know what I would call you guys. I really don't. I've never really done that. I think back with Say No to Rage, I would say like, welcome to the no rage cage or something. I don't even remember. I don't think we even did that for that long because I didn't like the sound of it. I don't know. Zubair says, the day we get a nickname, I'm leaving. Oh. Oh, the rage list. That's right. We settled on the rage list because we made like clans and stuff, and we had the rage list. That's right. That's what we settled on. Welcome to the rage list. You can call me handsome. Thank you very much. The Game Awards needs GTA 6 more than GTA 6 needs the Game Awards. It's not. Yeah, it's. I don't think Take-Two is like, oh, we better move our game in accordance to the Game Awards. Like, I don't think GTA 6 is going to, like, navigate the calendar around the Game Awards, but I don't think Take-Two and Rockstar would say no to the publicity. It's a huge event. I mean, it's a huge event, boys. And that's a lot of marketing and a lot of publicity that you spend, like, $0 on. Your name would just be in a bunch of categories. Like, GTA 6 would be in a bunch of categories. So I don't think they would have as much of like a laissez-faire attitude as you might think. Like, yeah, who the frick cares about an event that has more people watching it than the Super Bowl? Who cares about all that free advertising? Like, I think they would be like, hey, we'd like to be involved in that event. That could be really good for us. If it gets bumped to next year, I don't think Rockstar cares as much as Keighley, but I still think they would care. And let me explain why. Being able to be at like the gaming event closeout banger show in December around the time that you're probably launching GTA Online, I don't know, boys. I don't know. Have you been working out? Your veins are popping? My veins have always been very visible. I had a friend of mine, his dad was like going into nursing, and he remarked, he was like, oh, he's like, you have beautiful veins. He's like, I'd love to practice my IVs on your arm. And I was like, I'm a little weirded out right now, and I'm also a little excited. It was very confusing. It was a very confusing time for me. But yeah, I've always had nurses and doctors remark. They're like, well, this isn't going to be hard. Boop. Like, my veins have always been very pronounced. So to answer your question, no, I have not been lifting weights. I mean, I probably should. I should take better care of myself. I really should. I've been thinking about that. Father's Day made me reflect quite a bit. I was playing with my kiddos in the backyard and having my son run drills, getting ready for soccer. And I was like, yeah, I need to take better care of myself. I need to be around for the long haul here, boys, you know? Drink some water, man. It's all I drink a crazy amount of water, and my veins have always looked like that. I need to put in 2 weeks off November the 19th to be ready. That weekend, I think bars will be empty. Everyone's going to be playing GTA 6. Yeah. I mean, if you're a business, you got to think about that. You got to do some kind of a GTA 6 celebration, to get people to come in. You tell people like, hey, we'll give you a buy one, get one on an entree, or we'll give you half off margaritas if you bring in a receipt for GTA 6. Show us that you bought the game. You know what I'm saying? That would be my play. If I was a restaurant or a bar or like a local establishment, I would totally be doing that in the lead up. I'd be like, yep, if you bring in a receipt, showing that you bought the game, I would do that. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right. You got Elder Scrolls 6 to cover. You got to be around. That's right. I'm going to pass that by the boss. Oh yeah, whenever something like this happens, you've got to take advantage of it to get people to come in the door. I mean, Chipotle did that. They were like, everybody, if you wear a soccer jersey, we'll do a BOGO because of the World Cup. You 100%. You 100% need to cash in on the moment, because if not, everybody's going to be sitting at home playing. Are people really in here saying bars will be empty because of GTA 6? That sounds absurd to me. Most people don't give an F. I think when something this tectonic happens, I wouldn't be surprised if they feel it and turn out. They might be like, yeah, it's a little light this weekend. Like, what the heck's going on? Like, when I worked in retail, whenever there were major sporting events going on, we would be incredibly slow. Empty, no. I think they're being hyperbolic, obviously, Zubair. I don't think people are literally saying it's going to be a ghost town and, like, they'll be empty. I think when they're saying empty, they're saying there'll be a visible decline in traffic because, like, everybody's doing the thing. Like, I distinctly remember being like, oh, yeah, nobody's coming in today. Nobody. If you had to work, like, the Sunday of the Super Bowl, like, nobody was coming in. You were just standing around, like, not selling any phones today. Everybody's having parties. 4th of July, holidays like that, where people are cooking out, grilling out, stuff like that. You 100% get diminished foot traffic. So something like GTA 6, I think it'll be noticeable. It'll be noticeable in certain business establishments that, like, yeah, people are anticipating less folks coming in. Burger Motorsports, a California-based automotive performance company, is temporarily halting its operations for a company-wide shutdown on November the 19th, the official release of Grand Theft Auto 6. Management made the move after the unprecedented volume of employees requesting the day off. People in here are saying crazy things, Lono. Talking like everyone in the world is getting GTA 6. They are about to claim my mom is going to get GTA 6. Well, is she, Zubair? She calls you up. She's like, Zubi, this game... I'm not going to do the accent because I don't know what kind of accent she has. But she's like, Zubi, this game is amazing. And you're like, what are you talking about? She's like, I'm doing some gangsters right now. My mom is waiting for PC. That's right. She's like, what do you think I am, a peasant? Thank you, the OA, for a 20 super chat. Okay, my last today. I can't imagine the absolute online Armageddon that will happen if GTA doesn't win Game of the Year. Disaster of biblical proportions, fire and brimstone coming down from the skies, dogs and cats living together. Yeah, it could be. It could be bad. People could be very angry. People are going to be angry when Crimson Desert doesn't win Game of the Year. I mean, just you wait. Everyone in the world is, in fact, getting GTA 6. You'd ask your priest, you're like, Father, why are we having Mass so late tomorrow? He's like, it's GTA 6. What do you think I'm going to be doing tomorrow? Oh, man. She's going to play on my 4th backup gaming PC. It's only a 5060. She'll have to manage. Yeah, she'll be okay. I told my girl to set up a girls' trip that weekend. I'm locking in. I mean, that's planning right there. That's some planning. That's not bad. Everyone will take 2 weeks off. Yo, good morning, Trekkie. How are you? If you guys are watching on Purple and you don't want to see ads, just become a sub and you get right past them. If you have got a Prime or you're willing to spend the $5. I can't do that for you guys on YouTube, but it still supports me directly. So consider clicking join. $5 a month. You can help us with our current goal. We're trying to get to 600 members, paying members. And then you get access to my Discord. So anybody that's never done that, you can consider doing that right now. You can also hit like and subscribe. We see that in hospitals. People will have an issue and they will wait to come in because of the holiday or the big event. Yeah. They're like, yeah, I had chest pains all day yesterday. Oh, really? I look forward to seeing the spectacle if I'm wrong, says Zubair. It will be interesting to see if it makes, like, national global news. Like, if they start, if other industries are directly affected for 48 hours or 72 hours or something. Like, you know what I'm saying? GTA 6 trailer 2 has a Vice City Easter egg that's been hiding in the background for over a year. A painted iguana is visible at one point in the background, dressed in protagonist Tommy Vercetti's shirt. Okay. Well, there you go. there's apparently some GTA 6. There's some GTA 6 stuff. Like, I'm sorry, there's some Vice City stuff hanging out in the GTA 6 room. Hang on, I need to make sure this is the right group text. Oh, we're missing. I was going to send a quick text. I need to do it now. I would take my time playing the single player, discover the map, and all of the characters, because when I start playing online, I'll not go back. I need to take advantage. Literally could not care less for the franchise, so you and me both. What's Teller saying? Yo, Muku with the Prime over there on purple. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Teller says, I think I might genuinely be the only gamer who's not getting GTA 6. Well, no, we were talking about that. I think there's definitely a portion of the gaming community that is they're fence sitting. I definitely think they're fence sitting. They're saying, hey, you know, the game doesn't really pull me in, or I'm not really all that interested. Like, I think there are people that are both not interested, but I also think there are people that are fence sitting, and that's what we were talking about. Like, if they can't get 60 FPS, or if the price is too high, there are going to be an awful lot of people that are like, yeah, I'm not getting it now. There are flat out people that just are not going to buy GTA 6, and that's totally fine. You are going to have more games than you know what to do with. Like, by the time GTA 6 arrives, if you're not sitting on a backlog, then I don't know what you're doing. You're either playing games and doing nothing else to stay ahead of the flood that's coming. There's so many games coming. Didn't you say you'll wait for PC if it's 30? Yes. Yeah, I have no interest in the game if it's 30. Like, none. I've made very rare exceptions. Like, I played Lego Batman with my wife 30 because it was a vertical split for local co-op. Lego Batman's not 30 FPS, but it's 30 FPS when you do co-op, and it's only half the screen. It wasn't as noticeable. It was still noticeable, and I didn't like it, but it was like, I'm going to get my money's worth out of this game. I bought it, and then learned that it was 30 FPS in co-op, and I was like, well, I'm stuck with it now, you know. What is it now? Like, I was stuck with it. I was like, well, here we go. If it's 30, I don't buy it, and I shame console players. Well, shame them more than I already do. That's right. I finished everything else I bought this year except for Crimson Desert. If you get through the end of June, July, August, and September, and October, and you don't have a backlog, I'm impressed. You're either not really playing anything, or you somehow beat every single game that came out. How are you liking 007? Oh, I rolled credits. I loved it. I think it's a definite Game of the Year contender. It's one of my favorite games this year. I thought it was fantastic. I'm definitely not getting it, but that's only because I'm a multiplayer looter shooter fiend. GTA would only be good for me to beat the story mode and put the game down. I put 60 hours into Crimson Desert. No, I have a backlog, bro. Yeah, you definitely do. Lego Batman better win family game? Oh, I bet it does. Yeah, I bet it does. I hate when my must-plays have overlapping release dates. Well, the good news is that Onimusha has seemingly... There's been no confirmation yet from Capcom, but Onimusha is apparently earlier in September now. So it's going to be like Onimusha, Wolverine, and then like 2 weeks later, it's like Silent Hill, Control. It's September's bonkers. And then October now has Belmont's Curse and Phantom Blade Zero. And I think there's one other game that decided October was a good choice. I'm not sure which one. Lord, I know people still haven't bought the PS5 or the Xbox and are waiting for GTA 6 first. They don't understand that it would be sold out by that time. What would be sold out? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the consoles themselves? Or are you talking about GTA 6 will be sold out? Why would GTA 6 be sold out? I'm not sure what you're referring to. Like, are you talking about physical copies? Like if you go to the store and you want a physical copy? Yeah, Gears is July. I don't know what you mean by sold out. Question, do the Game Awards go for a controversial meltdown or a party this year? I'm not sure what you mean. You played Mind's Eye at 30 FPS but refused to play GTA 6? You got me. Oh my gosh, what a gotcha. Whew. You totally got me. Quick, clip it. Quick. I played Mind's Eye for the memes and the lulz and then never went back. You totally got me, dude. Whew. Now listen, I know it took you 20 minutes to type that because that's your speed, right? Your car only goes 20 miles an hour, all right? But buddy, those things are not equal. I literally bought Mind's Eye so other people could see how bad it was. And I made fun of it the entire time. Nuh-uh! Your wife played too! Oh, that's right. We did do an incentive where Madam had to play Mind's Eye. That's right. Give him 20 minutes. He'll type that too. He's a hunting and a pecking right now. He's still on nuh-uh. He's like, nuh-uh. So a bunch of people start buying the console, it'd be sold out. Oh, you're talking about the consoles will become scarce. I don't know. I don't know. Played Mind's Eye for the memes, but won't play the biggest game release ever if it's 30 FPS. And you do video games for a living? Yeah? Why is it so hard? Like, I'm not going to drop... This is probably not going to be a $70 game. I think it's going to be like an $80 game, right? I'm not dropping a premium price on a game if ahead of time I know I'm not going to play it. I'm not. My brand is not linked to GTA 6. We don't really make content with games like that. I've covered it as a form of the industry. It's a tectonic seismic game. It's going to have an eclipsing effect on the calendar and the marketing, and I find that to be interesting. There's this weird purity test that people do where they're like, hello everybody, there goes the view count. Thanks for joining us. Make sure and clip. There's this weird purity test that people do where they're like, you cover games for a living, therefore you should do all these arbitrary things that I think matter. And it's like, if I've decided I'm not going to play a 30 FPS game, I don't want to cover or play a 30 FPS game. I don't care how big the game is. The only game I made an exception for was, well, I did it for Starfield. Then I did it for Hellblade 2. And that was only because I loved Hellblade 1 and I wasn't going to miss out on Hellblade 2. So I played Hellblade 2 on my PC. Now, I don't have that option with GTA 6. I had that option with Starfield. I played it on my PC. And then I had that option with Hellblade 2. I played it on PC so I could have 60 FPS. I wanted to see if Starfield was what everybody said it was going to be. And then I loved Hellblade 1. So I made an exception. So, like, seriously, I just don't... You have to understand something, too, about GTA 6. I'm a fence sitter. Like, I'm not somebody convinced I'm going to put hundreds of hours into GTA 6. I'm willing to be convinced that I'm wrong. I had no interest in Final Fantasy 16. I played the demo and loved it. I put it down because of performance, came back to the game when I could play it on my Pro, and it ran reasonably well outside of combat. I loved Jedi Fallen Order. I bought Jedi Survivor. The performance issues were so poor... People were like, we'll just play it on quality mode. It'll run at 30 and it's not as bad. I refused. They fixed it 4 months later and I played it. If I treat games that I really like and I'm looking forward to, like Jedi Survivor or Final Fantasy 16, like I liked those games, was anticipating those games. Final Fantasy 16 won me over with the demo. Jedi Survivor was a gimme because I'm a Star Wars fan and I love Jedi Fallen Order. If I'm going to treat games I like that way, why would I treat GTA 6 any different? Like... I'm not a diehard GTA guy. I'm interested in it from the business perspective of like what it's doing to the calendar. Like when I started telling people that October would be a wasteland, they didn't understand. They were like, why? Why would October be a wasteland? I was like, because that's when all the marketing's going to hit for GTA 6 in November. And then look at what happened. Everybody's trying to, jump into September. Now, I was willing to be won over by GTA. I totally was. I was willing to be won over. Maybe I'll enjoy it. Maybe they're not going to be constantly throwing like nudity and the N-word in my face, because I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of streaming and playing content like that. I was like, I'm willing to be won over. But if your game's going to be capped at 30, I'm good. Like, I was kind of on the fence anyway. Now, what people will say is, well, your waiting rooms and your GTA 6 coverage, you're just being a grifter. You're not really a fan. But what they're doing is they're creating this false presumption that you can only cover a game if you're hyper interested in it. Like, I'm literally being honest and telling you what my view of the game is, what I plan to do with the game when it comes out. That's the opposite of grifting. Grifting is when you posture and pretend to be a fan of something and you're conning people. You don't really care. You're just using it for clicks and to make money. It's like, I'm being honest, and I'm not trying to hide the fact at all that I'm not some big diehard GTA fan. That's the opposite of grifting. It is. These guys don't understand the word. They just know it's a pejorative within content creation. Well, you call someone a grifter, and then that's the insult. You go with that, and it's like, but I'm literally doing the opposite. I'm being honest with the public about my outlook on the game. I'm literally letting you know ahead of time, this is not a game I'm going to make a bunch of content with. It's not a game I've been traditionally a big fan of. I'm willing to be won over. I've been won over by plenty of games. I got won over into Rogues because of Returnal. I really liked Expedition 33. I'm not a turn-based guy. And Final Fantasy XVI's demo won me over and ended up being one of my favorite games that year. I'm willing to be won over, but I'm never going to posture fake fandom. That's literally what grifting is. It's like, I'm not going to posture fake fandom and act like I'm some diehard fan. I'm telling you outright from the beginning, full disclosure, what my view of the game is. As Zubair says, it's toxic integrity. Like, that's integrity to like tell people this is where I land on it. And this is what I plan to do. You're hyper interested in the gaming universe and world, following the news and coverage of the medium. This is separate from your own fandom of individual franchises. That's exactly right. And I think people have an agenda to paint me as a grifter because they don't like me and they want to convince people not to watch me. So it's like they will take that and misrepresent that. And it's like, come on, dude. We have been covering GTA 6 since the beginning, and I have never once tried to posture as a fan. I've never once tried to fake anybody out. I've always been very transparent about how I'm not a long-standing fan of the franchise. I'm willing to be won over. If it's 30 FPS, I don't really have any interest in the game. I don't. There are exceptions I make to that rule, and when I make those exceptions, it's very particular situations, like local co-op of Lego Batman with my wife, and I'd already bought the game. Or I played Hellblade 2 on PC because I didn't want to miss out on the sequel to like my favorite game. That right there shows you that I'm being consistent. It's like I make exceptions in instances where like I'm a fan or I want to play it, or like, you know, with local co-op, I did not know that Lego Batman was gonna be 30. I swear we played Skywalker Saga and didn't have that experience. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember. I've never really looked it up. Light Leap with 58 months and a VIP. Let me add you to the total. We're 35. Insert praise of streamer here. Thank you, Light Leap. Most people creating content focus on one game or ecosystem due to the love of it. Some focus to grift. Very few try to do impartial overview. Yeah, I mean, there are games I don't really cover like at all. Like I didn't do any dedicated Forza 6 coverage because I don't have anything to say. GTA 6, I've got a lot I could say. I could talk about the impact on the market. I could talk about the price. I could talk about the frame rate. I could talk about people's expectations. I could talk about the marketing impact, and I could talk about the delays, and I could talk about like the impact it's having on other studios and when their games are landing. Those are all things that I think that are interesting. I wouldn't have had anything to say about Forza Horizon 6 other than it looks amazing and I hope everybody loves it. That's about the gist of what I said. Ward Huff with 46 months. Thank you so much. There's a massive RuneScape quest coming out tomorrow, and not a peep from Lono. Shake my head. He should know everything. Zendaya calls out Tom Holland for always trying to help her when she's playing through Insomniac Spider-Man. Yeah, you can't play games in front of your boyfriend sometimes. You know what I mean? Ask Alana Pierce how that went in Sorrows. No hate, Rahul. That homie was backseating like a mug. He was just backseating like crazy. I don't know what my wife is doing on Amazon, but I just got like 9 emails. She's doing subscriptions and then canceling them. I don't know what she's doing. It's Prime Week. Oh, that's probably what it is. Lona, what games are you looking forward to from September to December that are coming out? Control Resonant and Wolverine, Phantom Blade Zero, Onimusha, Castlevania Belmont's Curse. Those are probably all at the top, I think. I think those are all at the tippity top. Those are all games I'm very much looking forward to. There's one this week that I'm looking forward to trying out with Madam. It did fairly well on Steam. It's called Abyssus. It's like a co-op shooter. I think it looks good. I'm trying to think if I've got any blind spots. I usually end up forgetting some. Don't know my last about Onimusha. Hang on one second. Onimusha graphics remind me of the PS6 360 game. It didn't look good enough for Capcom, who made Pragmata. Like, can we fix the visuals, please? Does anybody agree with Lushy? I thought Onimusha looked great. I thought it looked great. Can we shift the discussion a tad? What do you predict for the GTA pre-order? Bundles, digital deals, physical ones? I think there's probably going to be about 4 or 5 SKUs. I think there's going to be like the standard. Then there's going to be like digital deluxe. Then I think there's going to be like premium deluxe. And then there's going to be like a collector's edition with like really cool stuff. Now, is there going to be 2 types of collector's edition like we've seen in some of the leaks? I don't know. Somewhere in that ballpark of like 4 or 5 SKUs. Yo, Mark Anthony with 37 months. Hey, Lona, did you see Aiden Ross is going to be paying real money to work jobs on his GTA 6 server? I did not see that, no. Hey, man, get that money. Get that money. Onimusha looks last gen. Look at the dude's face. It doesn't look right. I feel like it's a stylization choice. It looks like... To me, Onimusha felt like the middle ground between, like... photorealism within a game and like an anime. I don't know. It felt stylized to me. It looked downgraded. Not as good as current gen games. I thought it looked like a style choice. Yeah, I'm enjoying the Adventures of Elliot. Adventures of Elliot is just such a treat. I would kill for just a dodge or a roll. I don't know. The shield, like having to use the shield all the time is like, it's harkening back to an old school era and I'm loving it, but I'm like, man, I would kill for just a little dodge, just a little roll. Just let me roll out of the way. Madam didn't like it. Madam is more of a gamer now. She doesn't want to be a companion in a co-op game, like where she just like flies around as the fairy and like stuns people and picks up jewels. She was bored. And we had to put down the other game we were playing because it kept messing up. We had one disconnect the one night, and then the other night we got really, really far, and the whole game locked up. And it's a rogue. It's like a co-op Metroidvania rogue. It's like, I'm not playing a game where we lose all of our progress because the game crashes. We were really enjoying it, too. Neo Reaper was 17 months in a VIP+. Let me bump the line to 38. Did you see any other games that are scheduled for launch in September getting delayed or pushed back? It's a very packed month. Well, we're hearing Onimusha's earlier in September. So it's still going to be a bum rush. The cutscene you see with the protagonist, the NPC, does not look right. Well, I'll say this. And I don't mean to be unkind, but I don't care. Because Onimusha delivered on the gameplay. So I wasn't like looking at what you're seeing. I don't really care. I thought it looked good. And I had a great time with the gameplay and the parries and the combat. So, if that's a deal breaker for you, sorry, it's not a deal breaker for me because I thought it looked more like a stylized choice than a downgrade. Like, not every game needs to be hyper photorealistic. So, sorry, man. I thought it was cool. I had a good time. You know me. You know me, dude. I'm a cheap date. You give me some good parries and I'm there. Like, I'm a cheap date, dude. You know, combat felt dope. The combat felt dope. I still think it would be hilarious if GTA moves up the release date to September. Yeah, I don't think they would do that. They would not stomp all over their partners. That would be absurd. To be like, hey, we know that, we're partnering with Xbox and PlayStation to, have a good launch and good sales, and everybody's going to make a lot of money, and we're going to screw you guys over and ruin your calendars. It's PlayStation in particular. Like, I think that, I don't think so. I don't think they would do that. Onimusha's face is based off of Toshihiro Mifune. I'm not sure who that is. Yeah, the rumor is Onimusha's releasing earlier. Because of GTA 6, September got annihilated. And because September got annihilated, people are moving around. That's kind of what seems to be happening. Yes. That seems to be what's going on. In other news, I bought Sonic Racers or whatever for my son. We're having a blast with that. Lona, do you think there's going to be a special edition for the PS5 or the Pro with GTA 6? Yeah, as far as like GTA 6 pricing or bundles, or if there's like going to be like a PS5 Pro bundle, I don't know. He's a famous actor from Kurosawa movies. Oh, okay. I definitely think PlayStation has a vested interest in doing probably some type of a bundle, namely because they've had a huge diminishment in their sales of their hardware because of the price increase. Like, usually around this time in a generation, you drop the price, and then all of your late adopters storm the gates and buy your console because they've been waiting, right? Well, they're not doing that. So people are all kind of sitting there going like, well, do I want to buy one? You know what I mean? Like, so the fairy's too much in Elliot. I can't do the Atreus again. Yes, she does talk quite a bit, doesn't she? So I think PlayStation has a vested interest in being like, hey, we should do a bundle. We should do a GTA 6 PS5 bundle or a PS5 Pro bundle. They have a vested interest. I don't know what Rockstar thinks. I don't know. Does Sony aggressively price bundles to get sales? Won't people go to the Series S as the lowest cost way to play GTA 6? I just don't know. I think there are more people sitting on PlayStation 4 right now than the Xbox One. I don't think a lot of those people are going to buy a Series S. If they're paying attention, they wouldn't. Lono, you need to ask some of your PlayStation sources when we are getting new plates for the Pro. Like with Sony, I don't know what's taking them so long. I will tell you that I don't know anything, but basic observation of the market right now, I wouldn't hold your breath on plates for the Pro because production lines are all screwed up. Everything's really expensive, and they're not going to mass produce plates for the smallest footprint of console owners. I'm sorry to tell you this, there's not enough of the PS5 Pro owners. They're not going to do it. Now, apparently you can get them from D-Brand, is what Wired Rope is saying. There's not enough Pros in circulation for them to justify the productions, the production cost. Does that make sense? Like, it's not. I don't think Neo Reaper with the Prime over there on purple. Thank you so much, sir. They're not going to do it. They're not even doing a collector's edition for Wolverine, likely because production costs on everything is just too high right now. Same with shipping. They're not even doing a collector's. Like, I don't know if they're going to do a controller for Wolverine. I said I was done buying controllers, but I mean, I would pick up a Wolverine controller. I mean, I'm just going to tell you all right now, I would buy a Wolverine controller. You know what I mean? Pony, like I would totally do it. But I don't know if you're going to get plates for the Pro. There's just not enough folks. A PS5 Pro with GTA 6 themed console and controller for $1,000. I'd probably get one myself. Yeah, I don't know. Collector's editions always seem kind of silly to me, but I haven't bought a physical game in more than a decade. I don't mind them. I mean, I've got Mjolnir. I've got the Spider-Man box to hold up something in the frames was a little bit higher. And then I got, Atsu's mask and the Yote 6. Xanatos, I think, sent me this, the Atari decanter. That's just the box. And then don't forget, coffee drinkers. We don't talk about it enough, but coffee drinkers, you can go to reforgeroast.com or use the coffee command in chat. Our coffee's like $10.95 a bag right now, and coffee's crazy expensive everywhere. You can get it cheaper from us. I know shipping's still not amazing, but the price of the coffee is. The controller needs to be hairy like Wolverine. That would be so gross if they made it feel like it had hair on it. That's nasty. That'd be trifling. Like touching that controller, you'd be like, this is gross. I mean, some of y'all might like it because you're sickies, but, the rest of us normies would be like, get this out of here. I don't know what I'm going to do with all my special edition controllers once I get a PS6. I mean, the hope would be that the way they've utilized the DualSense, that you'd still be able to use your DualSense on your 6. Like, I don't know. It's hairy, but you can cover it with skin that looks like his mask. That's right. Did you guys see that the detail, I think it was a picture from like Code Veronica, like the level of detail in the engine, like you can see like the peach fuzz like on her cheek. You know what I mean? I think I should have probably warned everybody about that. There's a couple of incels in chat that probably just peed themselves. I'm sorry that I didn't warn you guys ahead of time. A little bit of facial hair on a woman is, I know that's a traumatic experience. They got really upset when they zoomed in on Aloy's face. So I didn't give a trigger warning there. I'm sorry. Yeah, don't kink shame, Lono. Women don't have hair on their faces. Yeah, they don't. If you've never been close to one. Oh my gosh. Cheek fuzz, nice. Uggo mode, dude. Bunch of uggos. Bunch of freaking uggos out here, man. And making all the girls ugly. Wolvie controller with claws on the back. That would actually be a pretty dope controller if they did back paddles that were his claws coming through the controller. That'd be kind of hot. Now, I don't know how ergonomic it would be to have 6 back pedals back there instead of, like, what's the most right now? Like 4, 2 to a side? I mean, one of them could be a fake. One of them could just be like a piece of plastic, for your fingers to rest on. The other 2 could be actual paddles that move, like the actual claws click. That'd be kind of dope. I mean, I'm not asking for that. I don't use back paddles. My brain's too dumb. I'm like, can't teach an old dog new tricks. I'm like, that's too many buttons. Like, I can't do it. But, that'd be kind of cool. Remember when they got mad? Yeah, that's right. Aloy had some hair on her cheek. They got really upset at that. And I'm like, apparently you've never been that close to a woman's face before. Do you ever play mouse and keyboard? Only if I have to. I tend to avoid it. I played mouse and keyboard in Fortnite because it made the building really easy, and I had like a Logitech 502 or whatever. I actually got pretty good at the building in that. I was pretty fast. I wasn't able to compete, but against a normal player, I could play pretty well. Skill-based matchmaking made it pretty tough because you'd get a couple wins, and then you'd be against kids that could crank a 90 in the blink of an eye, and I'm like, yeah, I'm out of my depth as soon as that happens. Outside of that, I don't really. Now, in some games, it's easier. Like when I played like Escape Room Simulator and stuff like that. Like the mouse and keyboard is just easier to like look around and grab stuff than the controller. So I always accidentally press them when I'm playing. Yeah, I'm not big on back paddles. There was a time where the only time I ever used a back paddle, I had an Xbox Elite controller, and I put one paddle in, so that I could just squeeze the controller, basically, for SRL racing in Destiny 1, I think is when I did that. Maybe 2, I can't remember if I did it in Destiny 2. It's actually kind of sad when I think about it. Shouldn't they have mothers and sisters? Were they literally raised by wolves? Well, it's very interesting. It was a very timely thing that I heard last night was that, love seeks to do for others and lust seeks to get from others. Like, that's, I think, a fair dichotomy and a fair breakdown. So, like, you know, their relationships with, like, their aunts and their moms and their sisters, probably, you know, one of love, where they're, I'm going to make sure my mom's okay or make sure my sister has a ride to work. But when you look at other people and you're only there to get something from them, well, then you're going to look at them differently. You're going to create an entire different, like, you know, lens that you look at them. So that's why it's like, what is this? Well, that's because you're looking at them differently. You're looking at them to get something from them, as opposed to giving something to them. You know, and it's a transactional relationship. So that's why they bristle and get angry. They view it as a product, and then the product must be all that they want, or it's bad or rejected. I mean, it makes sense. Like, I get it, but it's also, you know, a huge imbalance within just a lot of things. So I don't feel like beating that horse again today. I didn't make that noise intentionally. I just did it. That's odd. Anyways, if you guys haven't hit the like button yet on YouTube, hit the like button. We're closing in on 350. Let's try to get the 400 likes. If you guys missed it, happy late Father's Day. Thank you. If you missed it, the show topics are GTA 6 is a hot topic. Pre-orders are this week. Prices leaked. They're apparently placeholders, so don't panic yet. Don't panic yet. There was a bit of a hullabaloo about Halo Campaign Evolved co-op. It still is weird. They're requiring you to sync a PSN with an Xbox account, even if you're the second player. And a 10 bomb comes in from Hidden Siryu, and he's going to put us on the doorstep of 50, and he's just going to let anybody take it with a single, and I know what's going to happen. You shouldn't have done that. You better hope Purple doesn't steal it, because they will. The third story was... what the frick was the third story? Oh, yeah, nobody's talking about it because nobody cares anymore. No. Destiny versus Marathon. You know, people are still arguing and comparing. I saw a bunch of videos in my feed that are like, these numbers are embarrassing for Sony. And I'm like, a lot of the Destiny content creators continuing to show that they're completely inoculated against holding Bungie accountable. And a single comes in from Jack Garland. Purple doesn't steal it. Jack caught him sleeping. Thank you, Jack. And Cardoc Ren does it a little too slow. You were too slow, Cardoc Ren. A single from Cardoc on Purple and a single over here from Calvin on YouTube. Thank you, boys. We're halfway to the day's pace. We missed last week. We didn't get to 500. Renewals count, upgrades count, gifted count. So make sure you're checking your primes, your renewals, check them all. They add up. We missed last week. We didn't do a Saturday stream. I mean, I wasn't complaining. It was Father's Day weekend, so I got to spend more time with my family. But that is how I do this full time. So consider picking up your own membership. It does help us out. My guess is the reason for the Microsoft connection thing is Xbox is getting militant about tracking active players, and if Halo Campaign Evolved doesn't show out, they'll cut them too or do mass layoffs. I don't think that's a terrible theory. I don't know if it's directly related to layoffs, but I think you're very, very close to like a bullseye. That, like, this is about tracking players, tracking data, being able to argue MAUs to, you know, executives or shareholders. Yeah. Well, I'm not sure if you already discussed this, but it's safe to assume the pre-order for GTA 6 on the 25th is for both digital and physical. Yes. It would be weird. I don't know if I'm supposed to call you Javier or Xavier. Bref. Probably Xavier. It would be weird to not let you do it for digital or physical. Like, I don't know why they'd have either door closed. Like, they want your money. Xbox has this Wolverine controller, but PlayStation has a Wolverine game. I thought the Wolverine controller was a joke. Or wasn't it like a giveaway? I don't think that was one you could, like, buy. Was it a joke or was it a giveaway? They've done that a couple of times, right? With, like, controllers and Xboxes, but you can't buy them. You can like win them in like a drawing or something. Didn't they say they were going to prioritize tentpole franchises like Halo though? They did. Yo, what's good, Agent Atwood? It's a pure data move. Yeah, I mean, I said that in my upload. I was like, I think this is about the data. I think they want to get a bunch of PlayStation folks to create Xbox accounts or to link to their Xbox accounts so they can track what you're doing. How long did you play Campaign Evolved? Like, what features did you interact with? Did you complete it? Did you replay any of it? Like, that's what they want. And going forward, they're probably going to want to continue to do that. They're going to want to continue to get that data on you. Sneaky Wolf says, if you're still buying physical copies, that's gay. What? Why would that be? Why? There are people that like to have a physical collection. They've got a shelf full of games. What in the heck? Winged Wheel with 18 months. Unless is there a joke there that I'm missing? I feel like I'm missing a joke. 18 months and the content's awesome. Thank you, Winged Wheel. I was hearing it was only digital. Thanks for confirming. Yo, I didn't confirm anything. I'm just thinking they're not going to want to turn you away. If you want to pre-order physical, usually what they do if you pre-order physical, they're not going to bill you until like the week before it ships. But they're still able to probably count that as revenue on the books, I'm imagining. Just go with it. It's gay. Okay. Incoming Gears of War E-Day will be on PS5 within 6 months. I can feel it. They want that account link so they can claim the MAU. Yeah, I think the account linking is 100% for MAU. It's a data point. They want that data point. Nothing gay about a hard disk. He might have a point. Maybe physical is gay. I mean, you might have a point, guys. It's a hard disk. There's a circle right in the center of it. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. Maybe you are all gay. I've been digital for a while, so sorry. You're the ones. Listen, I like calling things gay for laughs, but this isn't working for me. This line of jokes is in fact gay. That's mad gay, bro. Oh my gosh. Nicolas Cage in Call of Duty? That's what Call of Duty's about, you know what I mean? We're gonna steal the Declaration of Independence. That's what we're doing. It's a clue. We're gonna use this clue. I'm assuming it's gonna be for both, but I'm hearing it's gonna be for digital only. And a 50 bomb comes in from Silent Spartan, and he's like, "What happened last week, boys? We're on pace for Monday." Silent with the big 50 member bomb. If you got a gifted from Silent, you better say thank you. This homie saved y'all's bacon multiple weeks in a row. And he didn't save y'all last week. And I was kind of glad that he didn't, because we can't always rely on guys doing that. Some of y'all need to pick up your own membership so that those numbers happen almost automatically every week. I'm telling you. It adds up. Those renewals add up. We're getting some kind of slander after this? Yeah, probably. Found our new nickname for chat? Gay. Yeah, if I had on the AI summary, it would be like the entire chat just came out as homosexual. It's the biggest out day ever. So, congratulations, everybody. Ori devs taking shots at Game Pass. Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Ori devs and Xbox have a great history. I think there might be some bad blood there. There might be some bad blood there. I definitely think that over the years, Game Pass as a subject is not. There's no silver bullet. Sometimes it's helped indies. Sometimes it hasn't. It's case by case. Silent with 33 months says, I love my physical collection, though I game primarily on Steam these days. I love my PS5 physical collection. It's nice to look at. That's gay, bro. And anyway, thank you so much for 33 months in a VIP. I owe you guys 2 members. Thank you so much, Silent. I appreciate it. No, I'm not calling you guys the lonosexuals. That's too much. That's ridiculous, Sneaky. That's stupid, and we're never saying it ever again after today. Assassin's Creed Black Flag Resynced release date, count out, and start times. They haven't moved it, isn't it? It's like in a week and a half, isn't it? I can't remember now. When is it? I just saw that on my feed. Let's see here. Ori devs taking shots at Game Pass. They don't really like Game Pass. Yeah, they probably didn't have a good time with it, and so they don't like it. July 9th. July 9th. It's close, boys. It's close. This week is Star Fox and something else. What's the other game this week? There's something else. I mean, the GTA 6 pre-orders are on the 25th, so I feel kind of bad for Star Fox. Oh, Abyssus is also that day as well. That's right. And a Member Plus renewal from my man Nova Hands. We are a 20 bomb away from the next milestone. Let's see if anybody's going to take the bait and try to rival Mr. Silent Spartan, leading the day over there on YouTube with his 50 bomb. Let's hit this milestone goal so Lono has to wear a feather boa. What the frick? I never agreed to that. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. But yeah, all's quiet after Star Fox until, I think it's until AC Black Flag Resynced. I think that's when things kind of start to heat up again. And that's on, no. July 7th is the Doom the Dark Ages DLC. Then 2 days later is AC Black Flag Resynced. And then it gets a little quiet again. It calms down a teeny bit, not anything too major going on. But I think, is it late July? July 23rd, Splatoon Raiders, which, for those of you that were watching the Splatoon Raiders marketing and you were as confused as I was that it was like a single-player game, it's not. It has up to 3 players that can join you online co-op. It's on the literal website for Splatoon Raiders. So that's coming out on July 23rd, and you will be able to play that through like local connection with another Switch or online. And then 28th is Halo Campaign Evolved. So that's end of July. Once I think you roll over into August, I think it gets a little crazy because like Beast of Reincarnation is in August. Marvel Tokone Fighting Souls is in August. Dusk Fade, Hell Let Loose, Mafia DLC is in August. Residence, a Plague Tale game is August 27th. Elden Ring is supposed to be coming to the Switch 2 on August 28th. Good luck and God be with your frame rates there. Blood of Dawnwalker, September the 3rd. So as soon as we get to September, this is when it gets insane. Because September the 3rd is also the potential Onimusha new date. And then 15th is Wolvie. Dune Awakening comes to consoles. Control Resonant is the 24th, along with Silent Hill Townfall. Onimusha is the 25th. And then Minecraft Dungeons 2 is the 29th. So it's just a boom, 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 boom. Like just game. It's a lot of games, boys. Sneaky Wolf with the $5 super chat. You see how I used the word gay and we all laughed and got along together? That's what gaming in June is all about. Please don't ban me. That'd be gay. I think that the way you wanted us to enjoy your joke was gay. Like, I think you want to... I think you're looking for a group snuggle. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think you just need to call the homies and suggest it. Just get the energy out, bro. You're clearly dealing with some pent-up frustrations. Don't forget Godzilla. That's right. Ocarina of Time remake will be October or December. I don't know, dude. Nintendo's crazy. Nintendo is... They're crazy. They'll just do whatever they want. They'll be like, Zelda Ocarina of Time is coming out the week before GTA 6. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're nuts. You want to get nuts? Like, they're nuts. Like, I don't know. I think they could drop that anytime they freaking want, and they just don't care. July 10th is the SAO game. Yeah, it looks fine. I don't know. It's also not... It looks like a game that would be perfect for multiplayer and a single player, so I don't know. I saw some clips on Twitter and was none too impressed. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, Gears is October. That's right. Gears is October. Phantom Blade Zero is October. Castlevania Belmont's Curse is October. You know? Craziness. I think earlier I said Gears is in July, and I swapped games in my brain. I've been doing that lately. I mix things up. Halo is July. It's going to be GTA 6 and Zelda in November. I don't think Nintendo cares. They know a Zelda is going to top sales charts no matter where it lands. They're freaking Nintendo. They don't care. They don't care. I mean it. I don't think they care. I think they'll drop that sucker like a week before GTA 6 and be like, yeah, so the frick what? We're Nintendo after all. You know what I mean? There's no way they don't move Phantom Blade Zero. Oh, Phantom Blade Zero is fine. It's a Chinese developer, and their primary audience is going to be on PC. I don't think they're worried about GTA 6 at all. The Chinese audience isn't paying any attention probably to GTA 6 because they can't get it on PC. Phantom Blade Zero is probably totally fine. Why do you think the greater PlayStation has rejected Bungie as a first-party studio when compared to Housemarque? What are you basing that they've rejected them on? I don't think they like Bungie's culture, and I don't think they like Bungie's leadership and how the company has been run. I think they're going to try to turn them into a first-party studio. You know what I mean? I don't think they're like rejecting them or something. 11 months from Big Pac fan. Thank you so much, sir. I don't understand why people were so upset over the Halo coverage people did. They put info out and screwed it up. I got to tell you, there were some of the weirdest takes I've ever seen about that. Let me just address some of this with the Halo coverage. Okay, let me just address some of this. When a company releases an official FAQ, we don't have to wait for clarification. It was not an offhanded remark in a podcast. It was not a vague tweet from some random employee. It was an official FAQ, and it was specifically detailed. It wasn't weird. It was like, oh, they want you to link an account, and they're requiring this for local co-op. There was a logic to it. There was a harmony to it, and we all covered it. Okay? Nobody did anything wrong by covering that. There was no, like, I had a back and forth with a guy on Twitter. I was like, I don't see it the way you're seeing it. He's like, people should have waited for clarification. I'm like, what the frick? An FAQ is literally for clarification. It's called frequently asked questions. It's designed to bring clarification. There's no industry standard where, like, when an FAQ gets published, we all sit around and wait for the developers to be like, oh, no, that was a mistake. Or, oh, no, that's how it works. Yeah, sorry. It's like nobody did anything wrong by covering it. The second thing I'll say is this idea that we should remove videos or put up new ones. No. I don't owe that company anything. They made the mistake. I updated my title and I said, update in comments, and I pinned a comment. That's all I owe you. I don't take the video down and take an algorithm or viewership hit because you were too stupid to proofread your frequently asked questions page. And secondly, I'm not pushing out a video that'll be dead in the water and do nothing, which is bad for the channel, because you are bad at your job. That's not my responsibility. So nobody did anything wrong, nobody jumped the gun, and nobody owes you a deleted video or a new upload. These are ridiculous things. I saw people saying this. I'm like, what are you talking about? They made a mistake. I'm not messing up my channel or messing with my channel. Now, if I take a vague tweet and a vague comment, from a podcast and I run with it, and then they come out and they clarify, you could argue like, hey man, that was kind of misleading, or you kind of misrepresented that. You should really come out and say I was wrong or something. This was an official website that was published and tweeted about. We didn't like discover it when it was in its edited form, like somebody found a back way into looking at it and it wasn't completed. They literally tweeted it, and it took them hours to address it. It took them hours to address it. It's ridiculous, because I literally thought, I was like, this has got to be a mistake. But I sat there and I sat there and I sat there and I was like, okay, it's been an hour. It's been 2 hours. And I was like, I'm making a video. This is clearly sticking, whatever it is they've decided. And it made sense. It made total sense. It was like, they want people to link with an Xbox account. In order to do that, you're going to need PS Plus. That's an online feature. Jerry with the $5 super chat says, let's address the fact that some guy wrote a 10-page dissertation blaming Sony for 343's folly. Yeah, that was really entertaining. That was the best part. All the people that were quick to blame Sony, because that's their MO. That's their modus operandi. They're like, well, we just blame Sony for everything. It's like, no, anybody with the brain and deduction skills looked at that FAQ and said, they're requiring you to link your PlayStation account with an Xbox account. That's something that the publisher and the developer are in charge of. PlayStation has no say over that whatsoever. And the requiring of the account syncing is likely why they said what they said. I think they walked it back. I think they're going to have to figure out a way to basically... I actually don't know how they're going to do it. How are you going to account sync a PSN that doesn't have PlayStation Plus? That's an online function. Unless, of course, it just inherits the PS Plus on that console and then is able to use that to link the account. Maybe that's the mistake they made. I don't know. Because it's like, if you were another state compared to where I'm living and we were going to play co-op online together, you need PS Plus. But when Madam and I play online co-op games together, she doesn't need PS Plus. She's on a separate PlayStation in my house, and we play games together all the time, and she's never needed PS Plus. That's why this was so bizarre. I was like, what? I was like, we play online co-op games, and she doesn't need PS Plus. Why on earth would we need it for local co-op? I missed Donkey Sausage's renewal over there on Purple. Thank you. We're at 10... What the heck? We're at 107 on the week. So, no, just to dispel those notions, nobody jumped the gun in their reporting, and nobody frickin' owes that company an updated video or a deleted video. That's absurd. Like, I'm not going to hurt my YouTube channel because you published an erroneous FAQ. That's on you. I updated my title, and I pinned a comment. That's about all I owe you. And that, I'm not even doing that for them. I'm doing that for the public. It's like, I want the public to click on the video and be like, oh, it says update in the comments. What the frick happened? They go to the comments and they're like, oh, they've officially responded. It's not required. That actually hurts the video because that means you're probably not going to watch the video. So that gives me what's called a bounce rate. So I'm like, I'm actively hurting my upload by being like, all right, I don't want people to get bad info. I'm gonna change my title and pin a comment. That actually hurts my video. So it's like the last thing I'm going to do is take the dadgum video down or publish a new one so it can get like 100 views. Because at that point, nobody freaking cares. They're like, oh, thanks for your update. Like, I don't know. People had such a weird view of that. And it's like, a lot of you guys are just on this weird never Xbox train, never Bungie train. Like, you won't blame Bungie for the situation that they're in. And in this situation, it's like, you won't blame them. They're the ones that published the website. They're the ones that were in error. And it somehow is PlayStation's fault. And when it's not PlayStation's fault, well, now it's on everybody that covered its fault. And it's like, maybe, just, I don't know, maybe it's on it's the fault of the people that published the document wrong. You know what I mean? The refusal to ever blame the people that are actually the ones that caused it. It's just remarkable to me. It's remarkable to me. They literally stick the. Oh yeah, putting the stick in the tire meme. Why did Sony do this? Yeah, Bungie was independent, and that's PlayStation's fault. Yeah, it's unbelievable. They made a mistake. It's on them. It takes such less energy to just be like, yeah, they made the mistake. It's on them. They're still requiring something that listen. I'd be curious if a lot of these PC guys that they LARP as PC guys, and yet they're mega Xbox Defense Force. I'd be very curious, since they were so critical of PlayStation requiring PSN linking on Steam, something I was critical of, by the way. They were very critical of that. I wonder if they're going to be consistent. And they're going to say that Halo Campaign Evolve requiring that is absurd. Like, are they going to keep that same energy and be consistent? Because, like, I'm being consistent. I didn't like when PlayStation did it on Steam, and I'm saying the same thing now. Like, I'm not picking and choosing when I have a problem with that. I saw plenty of people saying that videos should be taken down, PacFan. And I'm like, videos should be taken down. Sure. Yeah, they made the mistake, and I should take a video down. That makes perfectly good sense. Like, again, there's not a universe where you owe the company anything when they're the ones that make the mistake. You don't owe them anything. They're the ones that made the mistake. Nobody took a vague statement from a podcast and drummed up fake controversy. Nobody took some weird tweet, like a reply from some dev that was like misconstrued or worded funny, and ran with the story. It was on their dadgum FAQ that they tweeted out. Xbox games require you to be friends on Xbox and Steam to play online co-op on Steam. It's beyond annoying. I can't stand it. Like, if you want me to do it and you make it opt-in and you're going to give me perks like cross-save, or maybe you even give me a cosmetic. You know, maybe even give me a cosmetic. That's fine if it's opt-in, but forcing me to do it, I can't stand that. I told PlayStation they should have done the same thing on Steam. You make it opt-in and you give people perks to convince them it's worth doing, but forcing them to do it, I've never liked that. I've always found it to be annoying. I don't see what the deal is with accounts, especially if it's SSO, but it's part of my job, so maybe that's why. I come at it from the mind of the consumer, okay? So when I'm on Steam, and I have a Steam account, and I give Steam money for a video game, and then that video game is like, hold on a second, we need you to connect your Steam account to our account system. And I'm like, I don't want to do that. Well, it was right there on the page. Yeah, if I scroll down and look for it, sure, it's right there on the page. It doesn't make it any less annoying. You know what I mean? Like, if you went into a place of business and they were like, we're sorry, in order for us to sell this item to you, you're going to have to go all the way to the back of the store, go out the back door, then come all the way around again to the front door and come in. It's just our policy. You'd be like, why? And they'd be like, it's just our policy. It's major. It's not a major inconvenience, but it's still inconvenient and pesky. It's like, I don't want to do that. What do you mean I have to leave the store and come back in? That's what it feels like. You're like, I can't play the game. I have to go do something else, and now I can play your game. It's annoying. It's like, I am dealing with you. You sell me the game, I'm gonna play the game. I don't need the developer coming in the room and be like, hang on a second, y'all, you need to connect your accounts. Just because you tell me ahead of time doesn't make it less annoying. So it's annoying when companies do it on Steam, and it's annoying when companies do it on PlayStation the way that Xbox is doing it. For live service games, I get it. I still don't like it. But at least it makes more sense for a live service game. For online co-op or local co-op, I'm just playing through your campaign. Why do you need me to link my account? I don't want to do that. I'm going to. It's not a deal breaker. I'm gonna be grumpy about it, but I'm gonna do it. I've never linked Madam's account with an Xbox account before. I've never done it because there's no need to. He knew about the correction. He still made fun of those who correctly said Bungie wasn't responsible. I mean, when your standard is, mockery over accuracy, you don't care about these types of things. The moral compass doesn't align to these things. It's tuned to something else. Ori Director says Game Pass could have worked if Xbox didn't slop out mediocre content like a factory. I mean, I don't agree. I don't think Game Pass was ever going to work because of churn abuse. Game Pass was always going to be a tough sell because you can just churn and burn. The issue's not like there's too much slop. The issue is I can sign up for it, use it, and then cancel. I can churn and burn. It's very anti-consumer to not offer opt-out. Yeah, I don't think it's anti-consumer. I don't buy into the terminology anti-consumer. It's, it's not consumer friendly to be like, hey, you bought our game and now you need to go do extra things in order to play our game. It's not consumer friendly. I think these are better terms. Anti-consumer. They are not against you. They are not anti-you. They're not trying to do something against you. They're not. They're attempting to get your data, and they want MAUs, which makes perfectly good sense. I'm not against companies, trying to have MAUs and whatnot. I'm not against that. That's fine. I know the world we live in, but it's annoying. You want me to do it? Incentivize me to do it. Don't force me to do it. That's my personal take, and people are free to see it differently and view it differently, but I said the same thing when they were doing it on Steam with PlayStation games, and I'm saying the same thing now. I hated how Forza needed that. I had a freaking diabolical time trying to set up my son's kid's account to play Forza on the PS5. Hey, Snow, how are you? Yeah, I again think the issue is always going to be the steps. It's never like a simple thing. It's never a simple couple of clicks. It's always something doesn't work, something's not synced, blah blah blah. Like it always feels that way. I never feel like it's smooth. I always feel like there's extra steps. It's like, oh, just do this, and this, and you go to do it, and you're like, wait, it's not working. Wait, where do I log in? Do I do it on a browser? If I do it on a browser, I got two-factor. Now I got to do my two-factor. Like, it's just getting in and out of accounts and syncing accounts is just like, it's not that it takes a long time. It's just you commonly interact with snags. Like when I was setting up my kids' tablets to have like children accounts on them, these companies make that absolute hell because they don't want you to set up children's accounts, because children's accounts are protected by COPPA and they can't get as much data and info on them. So they don't want you to set up accounts like that. They are antagonistic against you when you try to do it. They make it a pain in the rear end because I'm trying to protect my children and you want to get their data, so you'd prefer me to give up and get annoyed and just set them up with a normal account. Xbox and PlayStation are both doing it to artificially increase MAU for investors. Well, I mean, you're saying artificially increase. I don't know if it's artificial. I mean, if you're running genuine data reports and you're able to show X number of people are interacting with your ecosystem or making accounts or what have you, I don't know if that's artificial. Maybe you're saying it's a misrepresentation because these people are not like booting up and going into the Xbox ecosystem. You're forcing them to make an account, sync it, and then they're playing on PlayStation. And then you're getting to claim them as an MAU. So maybe that's what you mean. Now the question is, will Halo on PS5 still allow PS Plus Share to play co-op online? I'm going to test that, Michael. I think that it will, and let me explain why. When my wife and I play Borderlands 4, and we play Borderlands 4 online co-op, she's doing something that she shouldn't be able to do without PS Plus. She is playing a paid-for game online, and she doesn't have PS Plus. I think when I designate her PS5 as the home PS5, I think it essentially, all of the accounts on that PlayStation 5, it's like they basically incur the PS Plus subscription. It treats them as if they have it. I think that's how it works. Because I had people in my comments saying Steam is so much better about this. And I'm like, no, they're not. No, they're not. If I want to play a game co-op online on Steam, like I have 2 PCs, I have to buy the game twice. I do not have to do that on PlayStation. If I would have had 2 PCs and wanted to play Borderlands 4 with my wife the way I did on PlayStation, I would have had to purchase Borderlands 4 twice. I don't have to do that on PlayStation. I only buy it once. So it's never clean. Steam is way more customer friendly and consumer friendly with refunds. They're not as consumer friendly with game sharing. They're not. Because commonly, one of the most common games you're going to game share is a co-op game. So you can play together. Well, you got to buy it twice. The only way you can game share and then both enjoy the game is you have to play at different times. And it's like, well, that defeats the entire purpose. Millie A is pretty reliable when it comes to PlayStation information. No, they're not. And considering PlayStation has a deal with Rockstar, I remember her deleted post, GTA 6 will be 70 if they're accurate. This person said a while back, I posted a tweet about a game. Its day one sales expectations and prices. Had to delete it 3 more days. No, that person is, according to Jason Schreier and other insiders that actually have sources, that Millie A account is fan fiction. They just make stuff up. There's a lot of that going around. I think people just make stuff up. And if you're good at sort of navigating these spaces with guesswork, you'll get a lot of things right. You will. You will get a lot of stuff right. There's a lot of guesswork going on out there. You could literally, I mean, and if you're really careful about it, you can make it seem like you're getting right a lot of the times when you make, like, you know, a vague statement, and then you can circle back and be like, yep, see, I told y'all, and it's like, I don't know, that was pretty vague. I think you were guessing, and now you want to claim you had info. That account there, I think, is very similar. I think they do a lot of guesswork. And then when things are remotely accurate, they're like, yep, see, told you I had info back then. I don't know. I think the people that have sources, they write in a way and they talk in a way and they have a track record where you know they have sources. If you read the way they write their articles, if you listen to the verbiage that they use, whether it's like Jason Schreier or Grubb or Tom Henderson, the way they talk, you're like, no, they clearly have somebody that told them this, and then their track record kind of speaks for itself. The folks that are guessing and doing like, I heard this, I heard that, I think a lot of those people are just it's slowly becoming clear. They're trying to cash in on the insider meta, because we're kind of in an insider meta right now, and they're just trying to cash in on that. I don't think they actually have sources. The people that actually have sources have been in the industry for such a long time, and they've got so many contacts. And then you have these people that kind of come out of nowhere, and you're like, I don't know. I wasn't aware of Jason Schreier's game until recently. Yeah, that homie is very, very plugged in. And to have his level of access and accuracy, I think, takes years to amass your little black book. So these folks that want to strut out here and be like, yeah, I heard da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then it's like it ends up not being true, or the information, quote unquote, changes. I think a lot of folks are just guessing to cash in on the insider meta. I think the people that are accurate and have a clear process of vetting, I think those people, their work speaks for itself. Like when Tom Henderson publishes something, he talks about multiple sources close to the project, and we were able to verify this and verify that. I'm like, yeah, I'm dealing with a legit person here. They know. You see stuff like this all the time, and it's like, yeah, it's fan fiction. It's fan fiction. Or just very, very good guesswork. Very, very good guesswork. And it's like, that's fine. I personally think that's a better route to just be like, you know what? I'm kind of looking at some things and some of the rumblings, and I think this is going to happen. Yeah, that's fine. Just do that. Don't go out here saying you got sources when you don't. Insider Gaming 6-3 corroborated sources. If Lono made a post saying from my sources, I can tell you GTA 6 is not going to be 60. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could say that. Yeah, guys, I heard GTA 6 is definitely not going to be $60. And then when it comes out this week, I can be like, I told y'all, my sources don't miss. It's like, you just out here guessing, mate. You're just out here guessing. Doesn't sound good. Are we cooked? He says some people won't like his Hagrid. I try to say what Robbie didn't honor that, but also I've got 8 hours here each series, while Robbie had 2.5. There has to be a bit more to him. I don't think we're cooked because I always thought that reading the books with my kiddos, Hagrid's not scary enough in the movies. I don't know if Nick Frost is going to make him scarier. He's supposed to be a lot scarier. He's not supposed to be so lovable. He's also supposed to be a bit of a juxtaposition because he cries and stuff. But he's a bit of a menacing presence. There's an entire fight with him. He's also ridiculously strong. There's an entire fight that's not even in the movies. A fight that puts McGonagall in the hospital. So again, I don't think that the version of Hagrid in the movies is perfect either. He's very different than the books. He's not scary enough. He's not brutal enough. That entire fight's missing. So I don't know what they're going to do with the show. I think the show is cooked for other reasons. If you frame yourself as a good guesser, excuse me, rather than an insider, you become the person people come to when there's no concrete info, which is a good thing. Right, and I think that's why... Excuse me. I think that's why guessing is fine. Just say that's what you're doing, that you're guessing. Doesn't that another red flag? No, because he's talking about the movies. He's not talking about the books. Read what he said and think about what he's actually saying. He says there has to be a bit more to him. I think that's actually correct. I think if you compare Hagrid movies, Hagrid books, there's a lot of stuff missing. Is he going to be adding those things? Is he trying to pull more from the books? More of he's a little scary. He's a little bit more brutal. His emotional range is all over the place, right? Which makes him unstable and a little you're always is this guy crazy? That's not as true in the movies. In the movies, he's more of just big, dumb, lovable oaf. And that's not true in the books. So I don't know. He's speaking about the movies. He's not speaking about the books, which makes me not as worried. Are you ready for your Narnia next year? I don't know. If they do what we heard they're going to do, it'll be garbage and I won't watch it. If they make Aslan a woman, why the frick would I watch trash? It'll be trash. Just burn it. No one cares and wants to watch it at that point. I don't know who you're trying to appeal to with that. That's a garbage decision. No one cares about GTA 6 anymore. They released it too late. Game's gone. I'm just going to guess on your account age. Oh, wow. Your account's actually older than 6 months by about a month. Yeah. That doesn't feel like a genuine opinion. That just feels like you're baiting. No one cares about GTA 6 anymore. They revealed the cover art and the pre-order date. It's a 30-second trailer with over 10 million views. Who are all the people that watched that trailer then? Who watched the GTA 6 trailer? If nobody cares about GTA 6 anymore, what? Who watched that trailer then? Over 10 million views? Are you crazy, sir? You sound crazy. I think there are people that have gotten maybe a little bit annoyed with everything, annoyed with the lack of information, annoyed with No trailers, no, I think people have gotten a little bit annoyed, but I don't think anybody's been annoyed to the point where they're like, I don't care about that game anymore. Like, I don't think that's happening. I really don't. I don't think that's happening. I don't think anybody's like, I'm out. Screw that game. I just don't think that that's true. Over 10 million not caring. Yeah, all those 10 million people that watch that trailer, they don't care. They're actively watching it saying that. I don't care. I don't care anymore. Come on, man. I don't understand that at all. What's the win condition for this line of thought? I mean, their account is 6 months old, and they came to a Just Chatting stream with 73 viewers. Do you think they're a genuine... Do you think their presence is genuine? Do you think they showed up with the intention to have dialogue? GTA 6 will be like the Wii. People will buy it because of the hype alone. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many people are going to buy it based just off of the hype. I mean, I do think there are people that like always kind of want to do and move and sit where the crowd is. But I would say the majority of the people buying GTA 6 are buying it of their own accord, their own desire. I don't think they're like, oh, I definitely am doing this because of the hype. Like, I usually jump in to have the background listening like the radio and jump into chat sometimes like this. Okay. I don't understand. Why? Are you saying that because of what I said about the guy above? Like, or do you have two different accounts? I'll admit that when the hype gets this fervent, I tend to start to push back, says Patrick. I don't think anything about GTA 6 warrants concern, but I do worry that people are setting themselves up for a bit of disappointment if it isn't the best game ever made. Yeah, buying because of FOMO. Yeah. The weird thing about buying because of FOMO when you're buying because of pre-order is like, what are you missing out on? Like, I don't think you're wrong that I think like FOMO plays a role, but I am kind of curious, like, what does the person worry they're missing out on? You know, you could pre-order the game in 2 months and still be there day one with everybody else. You know? I just show up intentionally to hear the convo, but I don't always engage. I think you're misunderstanding. The guy that came into chat has a very young account. Like, his account's not very old. And he just followed me today. And I highly doubt he organically found me on the platform because we're so far down the Just Chatting directory. I don't think you understood what I was saying. I wasn't saying, like, people that watch me and don't talk. That's the majority of people that watch me on Twitch don't talk. Like, your account is 10 years old. I know that you're here and your engagement's genuine. That guy's account is 6 months old. He just followed me today and he said something brain dead. He's baiting. Like, he's just baiting. He's not here to be genuine. It doesn't have to be the best game ever made, just the best GTA. I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to like yell there. I don't know what that was. I definitely think there are people that probably have their expectations too high because they've waited like a really long time, and that inflates expectations. That inflates what they're hoping to experience. But I do think there is something to be said for there are a lot of people that'll just be happy to have a new GTA, and as long as it's a really, really good GTA, they're good. But I do think the delays and the waiting, it does cause this sort of massive hype where people will just sort of automatically and passively think, well, this game is going to be one of the greatest games ever made. And it's like, yeah, it'll be a video game, boys. It'll have its flaws and its problems and its imperfections, you know. Some people are acting like this will be the best driving game, the best dating sim, the best shooter, the best role-play platform. might be really good in all those areas, but maybe relax. Yeah, I mean, I think in general, excitement about games drive that sort of sentimentality a little bit, you know? I think it kind of drives it. It's like it's just a natural course of things. It's almost like, it's like a reverse form of gravity. When something is sort of this anticipated, this exciting, that's what people are going to do, you know? People are going to naturally be, highly anticipatory and thinking that it's just going to be absolutely incredible. Which, to a certain extent, I think the game will be pretty incredible. I think the game will be pretty awesome. I do. I think the game will be pretty awesome. I think the game will have unprecedented levels of freedom and emergent gameplay, and I think some of the role playing will be pretty dope. Wait, what's going on with Steam Machine? Is the Steam Machine, do we have prices? Is this real? Did this just happen? Wario is tweeting, announcements were soon. Wario is tweeting that the 512 is $1,050, and the larger 2 terabyte is $1,428, almost $1,500. It's noon. Go to YouTube. Valve YouTube page. Go. Did this just happen? Like I literally just refreshed Twitter and saw Wario's tweet. I don't see anything. I don't see anything on the Valve page, on the Valve YouTube page. I am seeing people tweeting about it though. Yeah, it looks like the story's breaking right now. It looks like the story's literally breaking right now. Hang on 1 minute. Okay. It's as we feared. The Steam Machine may beautifully design and potent entry-level mini PC, but it's not going to match the consoles in terms of price. Let's see. 512 gig is 1,048. And then the... Oh my golly, frickin' frick. I hate when it does that. I literally was just trying to tweet and I hit Shift Enter and it was like, oh, you want to send the tweet now? And I was like, no, I don't want to send the tweet now. Stupid. Let's try again. That's like the easiest fat finger ever when you're trying to do... All right, and then we have the 2 terabyte. What's the 2 terabyte? 1428. Okay. All right, let me delete the old one. We did it. We successfully tweeted. Digital Foundry's got a review up. I mean, 1,000 for the 512 is... Yeah, I mean, that's not terrible for people that wanted it for the living room, for the ease, but... I don't know, dude. That 2 terabyte is probably the one that I would go for, but dadgummit, dude. That's expensive to play Vampire Survivors in my living room, which is basically what I'd be buying it for. I wouldn't be buying it to play like graphically intense games. Although it would be nice to play Witchfire in the living room. Let me do something really, really quick here. Hang on. Cancel. Steam Machine price. We also covered the Steam Machine price announcement. Now, let me add that. Do we have anything official we can click on that's like really helpful to look at? Okay, hang on. Creatures got one there. What do we have here? Okay. So, I mean, just for the sake of a timestamp and for people to find this later, we're looking at a Steam Machine. This looks different than what we just saw, though. What is this? Oh, that's with a controller. Okay. So we have a Steam Machine, 2 terabyte at $13.49. That again looks higher than what we were looking at, but this comes with extra face plates. We've got the Steam Machine 512 with a controller. It's $11.28. Yeah. Yeah, why is that guy spamming? Hang on, let me check. He made his account 3 weeks ago. Let's just ban him. I don't want him to get a membership. 1,300 is way more than I expected. Yeah, I mean, with the way pricing was going and the way peripherals were going, I mean, I was trying to tell people, I was like, listen, they're not going to be able to, order the pieces and parts at scale. They're not going to be able to. They're not going to be able to keep the price of this thing down. Look at how bad the specs are. Semi-custom AMD Zen 4. Semi-custom AMD RDNA 3. It's so dated, says Paul. So yeah, I'm not a hardware expert here, but Wide Rope says we knew the specs. Yeah, price to specs here, I think, is what people are going to balk at. Do you know what I mean? Controller sold separately. Yeah, these are just some bundles that we've got pictures of here. I'll just open up my tweet. We've got some, all right. So we've got the 512. It looks like it's just coming in at $1,049. And then the 2 terabyte is coming in at $1,428. Now that does look like it's with the controller. That's a 2 terabyte with the controller. So that's $1,428. So I don't know. It looks like it's going to be $1,349 without the controller. Yeah, because I don't want the controller, so I don't even know. I mean, like I said, I was thinking about getting one of these for my living room, but at that price point, I don't know. Because I got to call the tax man. They've been filing my taxes wrong, and they finally got back to me, and I still owe more than I think I should. So I'm not about to start making big purchases. I don't until I can figure out what the heck's going on with my taxes. Price to performance just isn't there. I linked you the page in the Discord. Okay, hang on one second. Oh, you sent a DM. I can't see DMs on my screen. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here we go. The Steam Machine 512 gig is $1,049. And it comes with the semi-custom AMD Zen 4, and it comes with the semi-custom AMD RDNA 3, 16 gig of DDR5, plus 8 gig of GDDR VRAM. It's got a 512 NVMe, okay? So you want to bump up with the controller, it goes up to $1,128. You want to bump up to the 2 terabyte, it goes up to $1,349. You want to go up to the 2 terabyte with the controller, and it's $1,428. Join the list this time before June 25th. On that date, the list will be closed and randomized. You will receive an email with your results shortly thereafter. Okay. I'll be honest with you. Given the games I would install on this thing, I think this is the one for me. GTA 5. I'm sorry, GTA Day. Is that sus? I don't know. I don't know what. Let me join the list. Yeah, I joined the list for the 512. That's probably going to be the one that goes the fastest because of the price point. The 1049 is probably going to be the one that goes the fastest. Given the games I would install on it, I don't need the 2 terabyte. Yeah. Just joined the Steam. Is there anything of them saying that we could add more memory or mod it in any type of way? I mean, I can go back to the page and see. Let's scroll down here. Steam OS, small form factor, cool and quiet, I/O for days, available in 2 storage. Connectivity, power, CPU, GPU. There's an LED strip. I don't think so. Yeah, it does not look to me. It does not look to me like you're going to be able to take this thing apart and add. I think they include a high-speed micro SD card slot. So you could do that for storage, but you can't do it. You can't, as far as like adding RAM. I don't think so. Yeah, you could probably install your own NVMe, but I don't know if you can like add. It said expandable storage, right? Okay, randomize. Are there criteria for signing up? What if I don't sign up? Do I have to pick a specific date or the sign up list? I received an email. When can I expect? I received an email. Can I change the model I reserved? They took it apart when they first announced it. Pretty sure you can upgrade regular memory slot, but not the VRAM. Oh, so not the VRAM. Okay. Well, it sounds like you might be able to then. Like you could take it apart and update your RAM, not the VRAM. It sounds like you can increase your storage. So, yeah. A lot of people are saying, I'm going to sit this one out. Too expensive. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if anybody's going to defend the price. I think a lot of people are going to say, you know, and listen, I'll say it. I'm not some, you know, PC Master Race like Valve fanboy, but this is market conditions. Like, this is one time where we can say that. I don't think this is Valve being greedy. I don't think this is Valve, like, wanting to take advantage of people or be, quote-unquote, anti-consumer. I think this is quite literally one of the times where you can say, this is market conditions. This was completely out of their hands. The market globally has absolutely gone crazy and lost its dadgum mind, and it's making it really, really hard to make and ship hardware in any capacity. Defending the price, who's defending those specs? Well, remove price from the situation, right? Remove price from the situation. If that's what you're wanting for your living room to play games like, you know, Deep Rock Galactic Survivor and Vampire Survivors. That's why I remember when people kept saying, like, oh, the Steam machine is going to be so much better than the Pro. It's going to be 4K 60. I was like, I don't think so. Everybody I'm listening to on the hardware seems to be like, yeah, this thing's not very strong. Now, is this new? Colt Eastwood's asking for people to consider different thumbnails, and he's talking about Xbox All Access for $65 a month. This is something I speculated they might do with Game Pass. Is that actually a thing, or is he speculating? Like, I've not seen anything. I speculated as well that they might do that. I wondered, does he know anything? Has he heard anything? Frame rates for 4K and ray tracing looks bad. Mark is saying, I assume high attachment rate for pre-existing Steam users similar to Steam Deck, and very low penetration into non-Steam, non-PC gamers, pending greater distribution through retail channels or price adjustments. What's all access mean? I started imagining that you could buy a new Xbox the way you buy an iPhone, and your monthly Game Pass bill would go up, and you'd spend, $50 or $60 a month, and then in 2 years you've paid off your hardware. That's how they do iPhones now. iPhones are, insanely expensive, and they just add them to your bill now. Digital Foundry is saying, weirdly, the Steam machine only has one stick of DDR5 RAM. Here's why. If you get a Steam machine, are you upgrading to a dual channel setup? As Valve announced back in November, the Steam machine launches with 16 gig of DDR5 memory and a choice of a 512 or a 2 terabyte SSD. These two components have become many times more expensive than they were just 9 months ago, so it's no surprise the Steam machine is pricey too. What I didn't expect until we spoke to the Steam machine engineers was that those price increases nearly scuppered the entire Steam machine project, which would have been a shame given how well the mini PC turned out. The core issue was that 8 gig sticks of DDR5 memory in the laptop-friendly, I don't know what this is, became unobtainable by the time Valve came to secure the quantities needed. Really? Here's the quote. It's quite literally impossible to buy 8 gig sticks, at least at the quantities we're looking to buy, mostly because everybody wants higher storage, and that's more profitable, so all the capacity shifted to that. That meant the firm had little choice in switching to a single 16 gig stick, as these sticks were produced in greater quantity. That does mean that the Steam machine is essentially paying a performance penalty for the decision, though they noted that the two configurations are pretty comparable in actual games, less so in CPU-specific or memory-specific benchmarks. In our testing, Steam machine and elsewhere, that bears out. If you're GPU limited, as you likely to be when targeting 4K resolution in many games, then there's no difference due to the single channel memory setup employed by the Steam machine. However, there are a growing number of CPU-heavy titles, especially RPG or simulation titles like Crimson Desert, Baldur's Gate 3, Dragon's Dogma 2, Factorio, City Skylines, and so on, which can easily show CPU differences even at 4K. We haven't had time to do proper dual-channel versus single-channel tests on the Steam machine just yet, as removing the existing RAM and replacing it with two 8 gig sticks requires significant disassembly of the machine, a much harder task than upgrading the SSD, for instance. Still, by doing so, you can essentially improve the CPU performance of what is otherwise a fixed platform, so that may be worth doing. So it sounds like swapping the memory or upgrading your memory is a possibility, but it sounds like it's not nearly as easy and as straightforward as people were probably hoping. So as it did with the Steam Deck, Valve is producing its own guides for opening up Steam Machine, and it also is working with iFixit to produce repair manuals and offer replacement parts as needed, which is always good to see. If you're planning to get a Steam Machine, would you be willing to take part in the memory upgrade either right away or somewhere else down the line? Let us know in the comments below. So they had to go with an inferior setup on the RAM because of this freaking shortage. Yeah. That's a bummer. I mean, it's market conditions. I mean, there were a lot of people that had an awful lot of things to say about the PS5 Pro when it was $700. This sucker's coming in with a 2 terabyte, and it's basically twice that. With a controller. You got to price it with a controller, by the way. Like right here, when the PS5 Pro shipped, it shipped with a controller, and it was $700. This thing is literally double the price. And yes, some of that is market conditions, but like, I remember all of the rage and all the bloviation, and it's basically PS5 power. Yeah, this is basically tracking slightly behind a base PS5, and it's double the price of what the Pro was at launch. I mean, that's... See, this is why all that insistence and all that screaming and yelling about greed, I wonder how people are going to talk about this. It's like, are you going to do the same thing? Like when Sony raised the price of the Pro to $750, and then when they raised it to $900, it was greed, 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 greed. There was no acknowledgement of market conditions or the fact that the war caused all sorts of disruption of shipping lines and gas prices. So nobody wanted to talk about that, right? Because it doesn't fit your narrative. So I'm just curious what people are going to do talking about Valve coming to the market with something that is twice the price of the Pro when the Pro launched. Everybody was so angry and said that $700 Pro was a scam. Remember? I just am really curious where the energy will be. All of the Pro was a scam at 700. I mean, where are you? Where are you on this? Would be my question for folks. It's double the price of a current PS5. So it's essentially equal to PS5 price. I'm sorry, equal to PS5 in power, and yet it's double. And again, I am not going after Valve and saying greed, greed, greed. This is market conditions. This is why you should be, consistent in your analysis of these things. Like you should have made, nuanced content or a nuanced position to be like, yes, PlayStation raising the price sucks, but it's a situation that's unavoidable. It's market conditions. Because now people are going to want to say that for Valve. I said the same thing when Xbox raised their prices. I was like, I'm not going to have a go at them. The market's insane right now. I missed a super chat. $5 super chat from Tronology. I guess it's safe to say next-gen consoles are going to cost at least $1,000. Well, it depends because next-gen consoles can buy pieces at scale that Valve can't. Valve is not in the position to buy pieces and parts at scale. There's also the distinct possibility that, PlayStation pushes a lot of that stuff back. They may push production lines back. They may try to stagger. Valve got caught They got caught right in the middle of this. I mean, this situation going on in the market, I mean, they got caught right in the middle of it. It's hard to fault them. I mean, according to the Digital Foundry report we just read, the RAM crisis literally almost canceled the Steam machine. Like that's how volatile and crazy the market is. That's why I was never gonna rail and hammer Xbox or PlayStation for raising their prices, and I'm not gonna do it to Valve either. I'm not gonna say it's good. It sucks. The entire point of this thing is to play Steam games in your living room, but not with these specs at this price. At $500, it's cool. At $1,000, it's DOA. Says Zubair. I need a brief break, y'all. Give me 1 second. Okay. Careful, FAQs are not reliable at all. Steam Machine FAQ and release details. Do they even have an estimate of when this thing's releasing? Is that anywhere on this page? Or is it anywhere on the FAQ? Backlog equals survive the next gaming crash. Hang on, you guys are... I'm getting so many ads, I'm having to clear them on the Discord. Can purchase a better pre-built? Yeah, that's the question. Can you go into the market right now and buy a pre-built PC for that much money? Like, what are the pre-builts going for right now at Best Buy? That's going to be a potential killer here. It's like, yeah, the convenience is nice, but like, what exactly am I paying for here? I mean, I'm looking at PCs right now on Best Buy. So I see a PC that's like $100 more. Like this guy here. This is roughly ballpark, right? This doesn't come with a controller or anything. So this is roughly in the ballpark. So this is $100 more than the 2 terabyte Steam Machine. How does this stack up against the Steam Machine? I'm seeing a 5060, an RTX 5060 in there. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, right now, could you go into the market and spend roughly this amount of money on a pre-built? I'm not even saying go to Best Buy and buy this. I'm just doing a comparison. Like, if anybody in the market is thinking about spending this kind of money, and Best Buy's overpriced already. Right, that's what I'm saying. You're going to a place where you know you're paying extra for convenience, and yet you're probably still getting a significantly stronger device. I'm not saying that this is what you should do. I'm just making a comparison. Check Newegg. I mean, there are rigs at Best Buy for $1,200. There are rigs at Best Buy for, around $1,200, so less. There are ones right now that you can buy a CyberPower PC for $1,200. There's an iBuy Power here for $1,250. I don't know. It's just going to be really weird to come into the market with something like that and have it be outpricing, pre-builts that aren't that bad, and it's going to be weaker. If it is essentially equal to a PlayStation, a base PS5, and you're basically paying $1,000 for it. I mean, that's a steep ask. That is a steep ask. Depends on if that 5060 has 8 gig of VRAM, or if it does the identical specs almost. PC sellers are going to match it. You get DLSS with the pre-built PC. I love my Pro even more now. I'm telling you, man, those guys that postured as experts in the PC realm, I told you all that nonsense they were spouting about the Pro. I think all their content and commentary is aging like milk. It's just absolutely aging like milk. You guys called the Pro a scam for $700, and it's a very, very good, I would say, high-performance console. It's very impressive. And now you're looking at something coming into the market from your god, from the platform and the company that you worship and can do no wrong. Like, come on, like. Prime Day doesn't start till tomorrow. Yeah, as a reminder, guys, with Prime Day, you want to make sure and use my Amazon link. It's in the description. That just helps support me when you're going to be buying a lot of stuff. Who called it a scam? I'm not going to come out here and receipt pull, brother. It was a consistent talking point about the PS5 Pro. It was everywhere. There were thumbnails calling it overpriced, calling it a ripoff, calling it a scam. Instead of actually breaking down the power thresholds and the features and the technology that the Pro offered for $700, I remember telling people, I was like, go buy a PC that can do this. It was a tremendous deal, and they all acted like it wasn't. And now you're staring down the barrel of a weaker piece of hardware for twice as much. Zubair says, in completely unrelated news, AMD just announced that FSR 4 is coming to the generation of hardware that also happens to be in the Steam machine. That could certainly help. It was a very, very consistent talking point. And I remember getting a lot of ridicule, a lot of mockery, and a lot of attacks by we know these bad actors out here. You want to mock me and put me in your content, and it's like I was trying to tell people. I think for $700, it's a pretty impressive piece of machinery. We'll see if they're able to keep similar energy about this Steam machine. $5 super chat from Trill. The 512 is $1,600 Canadian. I'm paying for a slightly weaker base PS5 just to play some indie and AA games on the couch instead of my desk. Boy, get the F out. Right? Like, it's a steep ask. It is a steep ask, boys. Apparently the Steam machine was originally going to be priced for $750. I don't think that would have been that unreasonable. I still think people would have balked at the price, given that that's, you're still reaching outside of the console, pricing structure, because you're essentially selling people a PC console. Like, that's what it is. It's a PC LARPing as a console so that you can, like, plug it into your television and have that ease of use, right? So it's like, but I think that would have been a little bit more justifiable, because you're looking at something that is featuring, a nice convenience form factor for the living room. I mean, I'm on the wish list for the one that's $1,000. That still is just, it still is a little bit higher than I was hoping. I was hoping to be able to get the lower price one for around $800 or $900, but again, the market's crazy. I don't think there will be a waiting list. It's possible that the rush on this, but well, hang on. You're saying you don't think there'll be a waiting list, Fuzzy. We don't know how many they've made. Right? So there could be a waiting list, because you're going to get adoption rates from the Steam user base, and they might not have made that many. I mean, given what we just learned about the RAM situation, right? It almost canceled the whole thing. So it's like, I guess, but you'd have to make a couple thousand if that's the case. Scalpers, that's what you got to be worried about. Well, that's why they're doing this waiting list thing. It's randomized. They're going to be picking people that clearly have Steam accounts that are legitimate. Like, if a Steam account, like, let's say you go on the waiting list, and you're one of those guys that's going to try to scalp, and you've got like 10 accounts, and all the accounts have done basically nothing, have spent basically nothing. These people are almost assuredly, going to have a hard time getting one. They're going to have a hard time getting one, because it's going to look at their account and know and be like, this is not legitimate. This is not a legitimate account. This is an account that's just trying to scalp. Like that's going to be at least some kind of a barrier against scalpers. You got 10 accounts and they all have done nothing and have purchased nothing, or have purchased like one $1 game or something, because I think you have to spend some money before you can do anything with the account. There's certain things you can't do. World Cup got me watching footy ball. How's Lord Messi doing? 0-0 after 34 minutes. The description of the part sounds like AMD overstock of laptop CPUs and mobile GPUs. There's only so many of those things anyway. It's overstock, it's not new production. I like the idea of being able to play things like Deep Rock Galactic Survivor in my living room. And there are definitely some rogues and some co-op games that have been like, oh, that little indie co-op game would be so fun with Madam. You know, but still. He missed a PK? No, he didn't. Oh, my. That's surprising. Oh, we missed a PK. 5 spot from Torres. RE9 really shut up the PS5 Pro naysayers. A lot of people were saying Sony paid Capcom to nerf the base PS5 version. I mean, dishonest people will scrounge for a dishonest narrative to maintain their dishonest position. It's on brand. It's on brand for people to do that. You know? Like, when PlayStation required PSN synchronization and I was heavily critical and said it should be optional and they should incentivize it, I was able to say the same thing today about the Halo situation. That's called consistency. That's called integrity. When the Pro came out and I talked about the price to power and compared it to price to power in PC land and said that I thought people were being very disingenuous and misleading, calling it a scam. And then when Xbox raised their price, I said, it's the market. I'm not going to rail on them. When PlayStation raised their prices, and I was like, it's the market. I'm not going to rail on them for it. I'm doing the same thing with Valve. That's called consistency. That's called integrity. It's like, I'm not going to change my position dependent upon the brand and how much I like them. I'm not going to do that. Like, this sucks. It stinks. All the companies are dealing with it. I wasn't overly critical of anybody having to raise their prices. It's all because of the market. Now, people that wanted to make up narratives and claim greed and claim lies about PlayStation when they raised their prices, but now that, you know, are they going to do that with Valve? Probably not, because it's not about being consistent. It's about pushing forth narratives because they're more interested in doing that. Like, in that, listen, that's what you want to do with your content, fine, but like, you know what I mean? You want to drag me into your dishonest narrative and try to paint me as the dishonest one. I think that's just, at this point, that is laughable. That's laughable at this point, to try to pull me in and into these types of conversations and act like you're the honest one. Like, it's so clear now. There's just been a consistent theme. There's been a consistent theme in game coverage recently where, like, you know who was not telling the truth and who was spinning stuff. It's obvious. And this is another situation where that's true. Valve is starting with Steam OS 3.8. You can put together your own Steam machine using whatever PC parts you want. People are going to build their own Steam machines for cheaper. Oh yeah, Linus is going to be all over that. Those boys will be all over that. Doing their own comparisons and pricing and, you know, PC part picker and the rest. And they're going to be like, you can build a Steam machine and, you know, and load this OS on it for this much money. You know? Messy goal. Okay. I figured that missed PK is going to sting him. It's going to sting him deep in his soul. He's going to answer back. Google's behind. Are they reviewing it? I still got 0-0. I hope you get yours. I mean, I might change my mind. I don't know if I feel like dropping $1,000 on it. I just don't know. I don't know how much use it would get. I would like to be able to talk about it, and be able to, you know, share my experiences. So as a content creator, it's probably worth the business expense. You know? You build a much better PC for $1,000. Well, and that's the question. Are people going to see are they going to see the convenience factor as strong enough? Are they going to see the convenience factor as a strong enough motivator to get it? That's what it's always going to come down to. But you have to build it. Right, exactly. Tests at match settings between Steam Machine and PS5 show that the Valve hardware can fall a little short, which is not surprising bearing in mind that the Radeon RX 7600 delivers quite similar performance to the PS5. The only big gap in performance I saw came from Forza Horizon 5, running at 4K 4X MSAA on the console. You need to drop it to 1620p on the Steam machine to get similar 60 FPS experience across the board, and even then, you can still drop frames. It's not an entirely fair fight. The console builds have dynamic resolution scaling and dynamic settings management, but the fact is that the PS5 and the Series X have much higher levels of memory bandwidth. Yeah, then compare it to the Pro. Then compare it to the Pro. Lono's going to have one down here and one upstairs. Oh, I don't have anything upstairs. There's no gaming equipment upstairs. Upstairs, there's no TVs, there's no monitors, there's nothing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't have any of that upstairs. The kiddos, as far as I can help it, there's not going to be any of that. You know, not in their rooms, not in my room. Nope. Anyone know if the rumors GTA 6 in-game currency will be crypto dollars? Well, I've already kind of thrown out the theory that I think GTA 6 will feature the ability to synchronize with your existing... thank you, Tronology, for using your Prime over there on Purple. I think that they'll let you kind of sync your GTA 6 with like your TikTok and stuff. So like if you get a really good clip, you can send it to TikTok as if it really happened. Like the way that people do it now, crazy car accident, crazy rage moment, crazy Karen, right? That stuff goes viral in short form content. I think you'll be able to do that. You'll be able to sync those accounts. It wouldn't surprise me at all if they let you connect a crypto wallet. Like go into the game, make money in the game, make real money in the game, and then they'll obviously scrape it, and they'll be pulling and scraping any gains you get. They'll take a percentage, right? That'd be my guess. By the way, if you guys pay for Amazon Prime, you get a free Prime sub to me every month over there on Purple. You got to do it manually, though. It doesn't automatically renew, and it does give you ad-free viewing over there if you prefer to watch me over there. So... that's like a 5-year-old rumor. Zero chance that happens. Why are you so confident it won't happen? Is there like a legal reason or something they wouldn't be able to do that? That's pipe dream. That's out of my wheelhouse. I'm just saying I could see them letting you connect your TikTok. What would be a reason to not let you connect like a crypto? Anyone connecting crypto wallet is just asking to get hacked and drained. Not worth the risk. Dirt says, I think GTA Online will have crypto built in some fashion. Regulatory restrictions. I don't know what you mean. I can go and stream on a platform right now and be paid in crypto. IRS. Okay. I'm a U.S. citizen. I can go to what I believe is a U.S.-based streaming website, and I can be paid in crypto. The crypto link sounds absurd. Why? I feel like you're having a reaction to it, which is fine. You can be like, that sounds crazy. I don't think that'll happen. But why? Yes, we've already reported on the Steam machine pricing. I'm not arguing for it. I don't do anything with crypto. I don't think that that's like something I'm cheering for. I'm just saying I could see it happen. I could totally see it happen. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying, oh, I hope that happens. That'd be great, dude. I'm about to become rich in GTA 6. I'm going to do some crypto. Like, I'm not even pushing for it. I'm just looking at the landscape and looking at the company, and I'm like, yeah, I could totally see them doing that. We're now in the acceptance phase of the Steam Machine pricing. Grief. Yep. It would irritate consumers. Why would it irritate consumers? Like if you're playing GTA 6 and you're just having a good old time, and there's some guy in GTA Online and he's trying to do something in the game where, you know, he can do something where other people with linked crypto wallets can spend cryptocurrency or whatever to buy the stuff he's doing or making or whatever. Why would that? What would that do to you? How would it negatively affect you? Like how would consumers be irritated by that? Unless, of course, it hijacks the entire game and every time you load up, that's all it is. It's a bunch of people, you know, trying to get you to spend, you know, crypto or something. People don't want crypto in GTA. So you just keep making assertions, which is fine, but I'm asking for like reasoning, for argumentation. You're like, that would be bad. Okay, why? It would irritate consumers. Okay, why? People don't want it in the game. Okay. If like that's just, you're just stacking assertions on top of assertions. I don't regulation wise, it seems like a nightmare. I don't know. I don't know enough to argue against whether it would be hard to regulate or not. I don't know enough. I'm making just an observation that I could see like it happening, and you're like, absolutely no, zero chance. I'm like, why? Well, people would be mad. Why? They don't want it in the game. Oh, okay. I don't know. John Q. Public probably wouldn't pay any attention to this. $1 billion can motivate dealing with the nightmare of regulations. Yeah, I mean they could stand to make a ton of money in scrapes. You know, they do a 10% scrape. EU would never let that happen. Crypto rug pulls aren't hard enough to regulate. I thought crypto had no regulation. Isn't that the whole point? Crypto servers and non-crypto servers. Yeah, you could obviously opt to go into non-crypto servers for sure. AMD's releasing FSR 4.1 upscaling for older graphics cards. Yo, it's good, Metro. Remember in GTA 5, after an MC Business sell, LJT tells us our crypto is in. I'm not even saying they're going to do it. I'm not saying that I hope they do it. I'm just saying I feel like it's a possibility. Like I feel like they're going to try to create I feel like GTA 6, they're going to attempt to make it like an entire ecosystem of money generation, of social media, of virality. Like I just think they have a vision for the game that's far bigger than just like a video game. Like I don't know. I feel like they have really high aspirations for what this game could be. It would mess with the integrity of the game. Maybe I'm thinking of it differently. If you're just buying shark cards with crypto, maybe, but I thought you were saying you could convert your GTA money into crypto and extract it. No. I said you could connect your crypto wallet, and then let's say in GTA Online, there could be role-playing environments where you are selling, maybe you make items or do something in the game that you sell to other users who are then willingly paying you with their crypto, and then Rockstar would scrape that and take a scrape of the crypto, so they're making money off every crypto transaction. And then you're basically creating an economy within the game of people are spending and using crypto in the game. Again, this is a total hypothetical. In my own ignorance, I'm just saying I could picture them wanting to do that or to try to do that. Link your TikTok so when something crazy happens, you make a social media post in the game that also makes a social media post on all platforms that you've connected. Connect your crypto wallet so that you can then sell items in the game to other people with connected crypto wallets where GTA and Rockstar and Take-Two are scraping those transactions and making money off of what you're doing, and you could conceivably make money in the game. I don't think that would ever happen. The community would go ape. But if you have non-crypto and crypto online servers, so if you don't want anything to do with it, you wouldn't join those servers. But why? When does it stop being a video game? Well, I mean, again, I think maybe we're doing that thing where we're presuming and launching off into like worst case scenario, and I'm just throwing out a hypothetical. Like, they could hypothetically let you go into and opt into, like, oh, I want to go into a server where there's crypto, and you're like, I don't want anything to do with that. I don't want to have those people coming up to me, and then you would go to servers where there is none. Again, I don't see. I'm not advocating for this. I'm not campaigning for this. I don't see where there would be a reason for them to not do it if there can be tons of money made and there are people willingly engaging and connecting their own crypto wallets. Colt Eastwood is saying, if it's $1,000 is too much for the purchase, you can get a Helix with an Xbox All Access. Now, Paris Lily is disagreeing with him and saying, I will never encourage consumers to get on a payment plan to buy a device that has an artificially inflated price. You might be able to afford a $1,000 gaming console, but in this economy, most people cannot, and that is not something I'm going to promote. I think it's fine to have the viewpoint that you would never encourage people to get on a payment plan. I think his use of the word artificially, I think, is a little. I don't agree with that. Like, I don't know if these are artificially inflated prices. I feel like these prices are inflated by market conditions that are completely out of the hands of these companies. Like, I know, and you can blame Microsoft for contributing to the AI RAM crisis, but like, they're not the only player. What were they going to do? Sit on the sidelines and you know what I mean? And I'm not even defending them. I'm just saying, like, they're not the only person that caused this. And I don't know if we would look at the Valve Steam Machine pricing or the current pricing of consoles and say they're artificially inflated. I think they're inflated, like, to me, and maybe he's using the word and he means something different. He could obviously explain it further, maybe in a tweet, or he could stop by and explain it. I don't feel like it's artificial if it's quite literally the market is causing this to happen. It's like the price of everything is so expensive. PlayStation and Xbox have increased their hardware prices, not like artificially just for the fun of it. It's like the market itself has forced this to happen. It's the same thing's happening with Valve right now. And you're totally free to be like, I would never encourage people to go on a payment plan. But like, they did it with iPhones, and it's actually really, really helpful. It's actually helpful to me as a dad with a family on a budget to be like, my iPhone, the last time I replaced my iPhone, mine was barely working. I had like a super, super old one. I jumped from like, I don't even know what I have now, but I jumped from, I think like 10 versions. I think I jumped 10 versions. I think I'm on a 16, and I think I had like a 6. I'm on a 16 Pro. I think I had like a 6. But as a dad that's like, got monthly budgeting and stuff, it's like having my AT&T bill go up by a certain dollar amount over the course of 2 years that then pays off the phone. That's a lot easier for me to do than to spend all the money up front on the iPhone. I mean, I could, but it's just like, why not just put it on my bill? That's totally fine. A phone is different. I support payment plans for cars and houses too, but not for entertainment and toys. But if a phone is in the same pricing hemisphere, these consoles are nearing that pricing hemisphere, and if you're already like that's the thing to me, is that you're already subscribing to like PlayStation or Xbox, right? You're already paying a monthly fee to them. And if they're like, well, we'll increase your monthly fee by $30 so that you can get new hardware, right? The person, to me, is still spending the same amount of money for the hardware. They're just doing it in a way that is within their means. They can afford $30 extra a month. They can't afford $1,000 at the point of purchase. Do you know what I'm saying? Phones at this point are a necessity. wouldn't you argue then the exorbitant pricing and the payment plan is more in the lane of like almost being predatory because it's a necessity to life? Like, if you're going to argue that like phones are necessary, wouldn't that make it worse? I feel like we've got this backwards. I feel like I'm looking at this totally differently. I feel like we've got this backwards. Phones have become a necessity. So you're like, yeah, it's okay for them to be so exorbitantly priced that most people just go on a payment plan on their cell phone bill. Entertainment items are usually the things that people did, like 0% financing at Best Buy or layaway, because it's an entertainment item. It's something that's not needed. Something that's needed being priced that way, that's what feels kind of like you're kind of beating the customer up. I feel like we've got this backwards. Am I upside down on this? I feel like I'm viewing this differently. I don't know. No, I don't think anybody's right or wrong here. You can advocate for whatever you think is the best thing for the consumer, but I'm like, if you're already having a monthly outgo for Hulu or Disney or Netflix or Game Pass, you have that money and you can reallocate funds so that like you can shoulder your Game Pass going up by $30 so that you can get a new piece of hardware and you can shift that around, right? Maybe you cancel Disney Plus or Hulu or something and now you're like, yeah, my Game Pass can go up $30 a month and I'm still good. This isn't putting me underwater. I think that's fine. You can't compare phone and console? Yes, you can. We're doing it right now. You literally can compare them. They both have different functions and different things that they afford the customer the ability to do. We're 100% comparing them right now. Layaway was normal when I was a kid. It totally was. Yeah, I'm not seeing it from the same angle. Like, we definitely are having different viewpoints on this. I don't see it. We're all spending a certain amount of money per month on entertainment, and if you can move things around by canceling a handful of subscriptions so your Game Pass can go up by $30, and then that keeps you in gaming and gets you hardware and you're able to continue to enjoy the hobby, I don't see where the harm is. What are we disagreeing about? The viewpoint that you should, like, not wanting to encourage people to do payment plans on like a console, and I'm confused as to where the wrongdoing is. I don't understand what the problem is. You don't need a $1,000 phone, though, so how is it bad to do it for a console? Yeah, you don't need the $1,000 iPhone. You could get a much cheaper phone if you really wanted to. You're going up to a luxury level item, and then they can just add it to your bill so that you're not spending $1,000 right then and there on the phone. Same exact deal here, where like you could say, hey, I would like to stay in and I would like to get a new console. Right? And so when you do that, you're able to just increase your monthly outgo, and then you're able to stay in gaming without having to drop $1,000 on the console. It doesn't feel any different to me. Implicitly what I'm saying is you are using credit because you can't afford it. If it's just how you choose to pay over time, then you do you. Yeah, I'm not talking about the 0% financing stuff that's like really predatory, and if you miss a payment, you pay all of the interest. Like, there's been some pretty scummy deals over the years, for sure. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about literally locking into 2 years of Game Pass, and your Game Pass, instead of being, $23 a month, is $60 a month. Okay, so you're increasing your Game Pass 37, right? Let's just do it to 40. So you got $1,000 console, you're paying $40 a month on. That's 2 years. It's going to take you 2 years to pay that off. 25 months later, you would own the console, right? And if somebody is like, hey, that's really reasonable, I can cancel some of my subscriptions, like Hulu and stuff, and I can do that, and I'm getting games, I'm getting Game Pass, I get new hardware, I get to stay in the hobby, and I'm spending the same amount of money per month on entertainment that I already was. I'm just shifting the money around. Do you see, like, I'm not talking about putting on a credit card where, like, the credit card beats a tar out of you if you miss a payment and it's predatory and it's abusive. It's like, this would be an agreement with Xbox, just like your agreement with AT&T when you get an iPhone. Like, yeah, put it on my bill. That's fine. Where does this hypothetical console financing coming from? I definitely could see a future where Xbox does it, and I believe Colt Eastwood put out a video saying either he's heard something or he's doing the same thing. He's hypothesizing that there could be a Game Pass structure where you're literally paying for your console over 2 years. I just do not see what the big deal is, as long as it's not predatory with interest rates and you're trying to beat up on people who are low income. But if you right now are spending, let's just say you're spending $100 a month in subscriptions. You've got a handful of subs. You've got Disney, Peacock, Netflix, and you've got Game Pass. And that's within your budget. You're totally fine. But there's no way you're walking into the store and dropping $1,000 on a console. That's just not reasonable. Your job is steady. Your money is fine. This is something you can afford. But like the sudden outgo of $1,000 it's just not reasonable. But you're like, hey, I could cancel, Disney and Netflix and bring my subs down by that much, and then my Game Pass could go up by $40 to pay for the console, and I'm fine. I'm still spending the same amount of money every month on entertainment, and it allows me to get a new piece of hardware. I don't see where the harm is there. I don't. And you guys know me. I'm very much against predatory practices of like predatory lending like they did in the early, like they were having like credit card companies on the college campuses, and then the predatory lending of like the cash advances. They go into low income neighborhoods and they take advantage of the poor. I hate that stuff. It's gross. It's despicable. It's damnable. I don't like that. This is something indifferent. This is completely different. This is somebody who already has a bill and they already have an outgo, and you're adjusting how much that is so they can get, just like with the iPhone, like my cell phone bill goes up for 2 years so that I can get a new iPhone and not pay for it all at once. I don't feel like I'm being taken advantage of or ripped off or preyed upon. It's like, no, it's just easier. It's just more convenient. Xbox All Access is this. My uncle got a Series X and Game Pass for 2 years at $35 a month. It's not far-fetched at all. Companies will get creative to entice people to take the leap and find a way to make it more feasible. They want you in their ecosystem. I could totally see them doing this. I could, and I don't understand why somebody would be angry, upset, or critical of it. I'd be curious as to why. I would want to know what their reasoning is. This is like a subservice that gives you hardware, like your ISP. It's the same structure. Correct. It's similar. I think with ISPs, you're leasing it for so long, and eventually it falls off your bill. Deborah Ann Wall is saying Cory Barlog pitched her Lao Fei in 2018. I told you guys more info was going to come out about Lao Fei. I think they knew what they were doing the entire time in 2018, and they've laid in a bunch of hints so that when Fei could land, it would be hot. Like, it would be like tied to 2018 in a significant way. I think people are losing their dadgum minds, thinking that this is some kind of a reaction or like we got to replace. No, this plan has been in place for 8 frickin' years. I don't agree with going into debt for entertainment. That's all I'll say. You don't agree with going into debt for entertainment. So whenever you buy anything for entertainment, you never put it on a credit card. That is a form of debt. Like, are you that rigidly consistent? You only ever pay for your entertainment right out of checking. You don't ever put it on a card and then pay that later. Like, you pay it 25 days later. Like, I use an Amazon card and I get all the Amazon points. That's a form of taking on debt. We're talking about raising your Game Pass subscription by a certain amount so that after 2 years, your new hardware is paid for. That is a form of debt, yes. That is a form of debt. But again, if you're already paying for a bunch of different subscription services, this is an extension of that. It's a form of your entertainment. Like, you're going to cancel Disney Plus and Netflix so Game Pass can go up, and then 2 years later you own a new piece of hardware. I don't see where the issue is. Yeah, my wife uses her airline card so that we have points whenever we go to take a trip. People called Ragnarok Rush. Maybe it was. I don't think there were any clear indications that Ragnarok was rushed. It was too substantive and large as a game to say it was rushed. Yeah, I'm never carrying a balance either, Zubair. I'm always clearing it off, taking it down to zero, taking it down to zero, taking it down to zero. Why? Then I'm not paying any of the interest. I'm getting the points, and I'm basically taking on the debt for 3 weeks. Like, yeah, that's fine. I'll buy this, and then 3 weeks later I'm paying it off. So I don't incur any interest, but I'm still accruing points on the card. So I'm benefiting from the relationship. They aren't. Like, I mean, they obviously can run the numbers and brag and internally talk to shareholders and talk about the amount of money and the amount of people using their cards, I guess. But, like, they're not getting anything from me. I'm not paying anything extra. Before I could incur the interest, it's paid off. And then I just get the points. So whenever I go to Amazon, I got a bunch of money there. I can just sit there and use on whatever I want. Yeah, in essence, a rolling total is almost the same as taking it to zero, Zoob. As long as the balance is never holding enough that you're paying interest on any of it, right? As long as every purchase is only floating for 3 to 29 days, it's as long as you're doing that, then you are in essence taking that to zero, right? Like, you're rolling, but you're also taking those purchases down to zero. You're not paying the interest on them. No, it does take control, Jakob. It does, and a lot of people don't. They fall behind, and then it's a slippery slope that it can be very financially damaging and it can be very paralyzing and enslaving. And I don't use those words lightly. I definitely acknowledge that. I do. And maybe that's the concern, is that this would be just another form of that. Just another form of, like, owing money on something, that's exorbitantly priced. And then my pushback would be, there are lots of things that are exorbitantly priced. You're making the volitional choice to buy it. Whether you skimp and save, or you're taking on debt to get it. Kepler is saying either Valve has a fat profit margin on the Steam machine, or they're getting absolutely rinsed by their suppliers. They're probably getting rinsed. At least that's what it sounds like to me. I don't think the goal of the device is to make a bunch of profit. It doesn't strike me as that's it doesn't strike me as that's the goal. It just doesn't. So It's Juster said, a grifter causing arguments to get engagement clicks is promoting real money in games and rental gaming where you lose everything when you cancel. You don't need an expensive phone to call, browse, and text. I'm not... What you said doesn't make any sense. A grifter causing arguments to get engagement clicks is promoting real money in games and rental gaming. That's your take on the discussion that we've had, where I said I'm not advocating for crypto in GTA 6, but I could see Rockstar and Take-Two creating an environment where you could do that. And then I'm saying, similarly to how we buy iPhones, I could see Microsoft doing that with Game Pass. And if you shift your finances around to where you cancel some subscriptions so that you can afford to do that. You're saying that I'm promoting rental gaming when you lose everything when you cancel? If that's how you've understood everything I've said in the last couple of hours, I mean, you have egregiously misunderstood everything I've said. You know what I mean? Like, if that's your understanding, it sounds like you're just priming the pump for salt contents to misrepresent what I'm saying. That's all that sounds like to me. That sounds like low IQ salt contents to repackage what I was saying. Like, I wasn't saying any of the things that you just typed. That's like willful misrepresentation. I don't know what the point of that is, other than, again, to prime the pump for probably salt content or something. Xbox already set up a Game Pass console payment plan in the past. Yeah, they've done it before in the past. Like, I don't. Again, I didn't see anybody making an argument that why it would be wrong or bad. I mean, like I said, I've done it with iPhones. I was going to ask who's he talking about, since it's clearly not Lono. As I read it, it sounded like willful misrepresentation of what we've been talking about because of what he said about the in-game money thing. He's misrepresenting what I said about GTA 6. Yeah. That's my guess. Is it's just somebody priming the pump. So I made this post about Saros where I said I'm waiting to go back in. I've been wanting to go back in with a fresh save and experience the game with no upgrades. Now, E4 Extreme replied and he said there's a modifier that disables the upgrade tree. And I said, I tried that, but still felt crazy strong. He said, then you're just that dude. I was absolutely not trying to flex. I genuinely thought disabling the skill tree, I still felt like I was really strong. Like, I felt like I still retained certain things, even though I did that. Am I wrong? Like, I tried it, and I still burned every biome I went through. I still felt like I was stronger than a fresh save. Don't you naturally have leveling that takes place no matter what? I genuinely was not flexing. I was like, I felt stupid strong even when I did that. It did not feel like I had taken myself down to 0. Low-key a flex. It was an accidental flex. I wasn't trying to flex. You're not qualified to have this conversation, Returnal nerd. I don't think I'm him maybe a little bit in Returnal. I don't think I'm him in Saros. I just think even if you turn that thing on, I still think you retain some of your upgrades. Like there's something latently like there that you can't turn off, I feel like. I need to boot up the game to test this theory. Is your affinity level returned to 0? That's what I don't think happens. That's why I still felt like I was too strong. I don't feel like your affinity drops to 0. I feel like you lose all those different perks and all those different things that make the guns level faster or something. There's all those things in the skill tree that give you all this stuff. It's called skill. You gain it while playing. Now he's grifting. I promise you, I'm not grifting. I genuinely did. I went into the gauge. I enabled the thing that disabled the skill tree, and I burned through biomes like 1 through 3. It was like it was nothing. I was like, what the frick? I still feel too strong. Low key, I am him in Returnal. In Saros was at some level easier because of some of the mechanics. I still felt like I started out the game itself stronger than a fresh save, even when I disabled the skill tree. There were some bugs with that modifier before that was patched. Maybe it wasn't working properly then. I wonder if it wasn't working properly. Because I wanted to try the game with nothing. I wanted to see, okay, do I have the chops to do this without all these perks and all these benefits? How many times did you die in Saros? I think 11 times out of like 50 hours. Zubair, shut up. I think out of 50 hours I died like 11 times. I do speak the game's language to a certain degree, but I still felt like the default strength was higher even when I did that disable thing. If you if you just put in the Blu-ray player, it should automatically switch the input of the television. It's the little black thing right underneath the TV. Yeah, we have a Blu-ray player. We switched to that because the volume's capped on the consoles when you play Blu-rays. It's annoying. Is this mogging? This is me genuinely asking. Like, I thought something wasn't right. I was like, I thought you were supposed to be able to take yourself down to basically nothing to experience Saros at like a 0. And when I did it, I still felt like I went in and something, it might have been proficiencies. I still was too strong. I was melting Biome 1. And when I started that game, I wasn't melting Biome 1. Now, again, it could be maybe I've unlocked so many guns. Maybe the guns are just better. Maybe the first couple of guns they get the first couple of times, you're not melting. 44 months from TJ Boom Boom. Let me add it to the total. When it comes to bullet hell, you're like that guy from Hot Ones who eats hell itself while smiling, and we're choking like Idris Elba. He just keeps going. I'm not doing a bit right now. I would have died 50 times in the first 11 minutes. Joking aside, there may be a parallel progression track that isn't as obvious. Did you do the Nightmare Strands too? Yes, I did all the Nightmare Strands in every level because that was the best way to get the Halcyon. And once you cap a biome's Halcyon, you can't get it to drop anymore, even if you do the Nightmare Strands. I was literally grinding Nightmare Strands for Halcyon, but then I hit that biome's cap, and I couldn't get any more. So I was like, well, I guess if you can't max Halcyon, because I wanted to max the skill tree, I literally stopped playing because I couldn't max the skill tree. Like, I got to the point where that's literally what I was doing in the game. I was just grinding Halcyon. Like, that's what I was doing for fun in the game. Can't ignore the experience. You know how to fight all the enemies. This is true. You know what's coming. You know where to go. You know how to move and bob and weave because you've been to the biomes before. This is true. I did appreciate I went back and watched a Saros trailer, and when they showed off Second Wind, he literally got killed by one of those big guys with the lasers, and I was like, yeah, that's literally the guy that kills me. Out of my 11 deaths, I feel like half of them or more were to that guy. The game is so hard to me still. You died 30 times in 82 hours. That's still a pretty good ratio. You've got 30 more hours than me. I think I died around 11 or 12 times in 50 hours. If you did all the Nightmare Strands and everything and only died 11 times, then you are that guy. Come on, you get really strong, though. You get so strong. If you run that freaking repeater crossbow, it's free. The game is free at that point. I've literally gone into Nightmare Strands and taken no damage because I'm running a repeater crossbow. And it's just alt-firing everything into oblivion. Maybe I should have streamed the game more. I get if I am actually him in that game, I should have streamed the game more. I genuinely thought that the game was I just thought it was easier than Returnal. I genuinely thought it was easier, and I also thought you turned into a force of nature in Saros. You just get so strong. Did you start the game with alt fire and crossbow? No, you don't get that until pretty far into the game. That's a late game drop. Your engine is just tuned highly for Returnal and Saros. I guess so. I genuinely just thought they made the game easier. I did not anticipate this conversation going this way. I thought other people were going to say the same thing. Like that they were also having that experience. Because there was so much conversation when the game came out that it was like, oh, it's so much easier. And I remember I told you guys, it's like, these guys are running mods. They're running mods, and they're baking the game and saying it's easy. Even with the skill tree off, you could get those in Biome 1. This is correct. Even with the skill tree off, I was still getting those gun drops. Yes. Your Returnal gameplay is the best game I've seen played other than Sekiro. Yeah, my Sekiro playthrough is pretty good. I've had people say that watching me play Returnal. They're like, I don't play the game this way. I don't know what the heck you're doing, but I don't play the game this way. Like Returnal and I just we were good dance partners on the floor. Like I just understood that game. And I think that may have just transmitted over to Sorrows. I don't know. I died 3 times total in all of Returnal. I died at least 20 times in Sorrows. Really? That's interesting that you died so few times in Returnal comparatively. Because I feel like Returnal is tough. Dan and I both said that. You were playing a different game. Yeah, it was like a Friday night or something. And I had even been drinking. And I was playing Tower of Sisyphus. And I was just burning it to the ground. And you guys were like, I don't know what game you're playing, but this is not what I experience when I play Returnal. And I was like, what are you guys talking about? Like, because again, I don't know. I just hit a stride with that game. I got like 200 hours, going for those weapons. And I spoke the game's language. Where can I find your gameplay of Returnal? There's a Returnal command here on the channel, or just search my channel. I beat the entire game of Returnal the day before Sorrows came out. It's a clean, no-death run, and I almost die in Biome 4, I think. I go Biome 1 to 6, no deaths. It's a perfect run. I was very happy that I was able to do that before Sorrows came out. It was not an intended flex. I didn't think I was going to flex that hard, but it was a great run, and I almost died. I was a sliver in Biome 4 and turned it around. Did you click with Sorrows as much as Returnal? I beat Biome 1 boss the first time I got there. I beat the second boss, I think the second time I went there. I was one-shotting a lot of Sorrows, yes. And I just thought it was because of the skill tree and the power. I felt more powerful in Sorrows. And I also turned on the mods because I wanted to know what happened in the story. Now, I know somebody threw a clip out on me on Twitter calling me a tourist because of how I was playing Sorrows, which is comical for anybody to say I'm a tourist. It's like, do you have over 200 hours in Returnal? Did you get 100% of all the weapons? You're calling me a tourist? Like, I was genuinely interested in the story. So I put the mods on so that I didn't want to die. I wanted to get through every biome so that I could keep understanding what was going on with the story. And then after that, I started turning them off so I could experience the game and have it be challenging again. But even when I did that, I turned all of the skills off. I turned the whole skill tree off, and it wasn't. I was melting the game, and I was like, what the heck? So I was going to start a fresh save. I wanted to feel the game fresh. Nothing unlocked. But I was never going to spend anything in the skill tree. But then people were like, you can literally do that with the attunement thing. So I did it, and it still felt easy. And again, I was not saying that to try to flex. I was curious. I thought maybe there was a way to play the game without those things. I felt like I still was too strong in Biome 1. I just destroyed everything in my path. And some of that could be the weapons. Again, that could be the weapons. I parried the heck out of the first boss, and he didn't touch me. Yeah. If you can get the parries down. Wait. Parries on the first boss. I think you meant second. You parried the second? You had parries unlocked on the second boss? I thought you got parries after the second boss. I didn't think you had parry until after second boss. Am I misremembering? I thought you unlocked parry in the next biome. Maybe I'm misremembering. I feel like you're flexing on me and my ability to not clear biome 2. Parry's like 3 or 4 bosses in. Yeah, I don't think you have parry that early. I think you might be using the wrong word. Were you doing the thing where you absorbed and then shot your ultimate back at him, your ultimate shot? Because you can do a lot of absorbing in the second fight with your shield, but you don't have parry yet at that point. You get it at the swamp level. Yeah, that's what I thought. You got it after the second boss. It was a while ago. I may be misremembering myself. I'm wondering if you got parry, and then the next time you faced him, you baked him, and you're just misremembering. Because you don't have parry the first time you face the second boss. The guy that's like hanging from the ceiling, and he's like mechanical, and he's like shooting at you, and then he spawns the little guys out of the ground in between each phase. Yeah, you don't have parry yet the first time you face him. So you may just be misremembering. You probably did bake him with parry, though, because he does shoot a lot of red. And if you go back in there with parry and you time it right, it's a pretty strong move. Parry's in Biome 4, Blighted Marsh. Okay, I thought so. I don't think it's that early. Your favorite is the Reaping Chakram with Agony Harvest. Repeater crossbow is really, really good. There's the Chakram that, like, if it hits them, it comes back. It's almost like an interpretation of the Dreadbound. That one's really fun. I really, really do like there's a rifle that you don't get auto fire on. What's it get? The hard hitting rounds. I forget what they're called. That sucker melts if you hit your shots. I mean, it bakes, but you got to hit your shots. You can't use auto fire on it. That gun's nice. You feel a little god tier using it because you got to flex your skill a little bit more, because the repeater crossbow is just killing the whole room for you. You don't have to do anything. Yeah, you don't have to do anything. Steam Deck performance and pricing. Yeah, we should probably go to Green Room. We're kind of belaboring. We're past the 4-hour mark. Great day, though, guys. I'll go back and add timestamps. High caliber rounds, thank you. Yes, that gun bakes if you use it properly. Anyways, we're going to go to Green Room. Okay? Right now, that's a great reason for you guys to become a member. If you're not currently a member, you can click join. It's $5. You can come with us to the Discord. It supports me directly. We are trying to get more people to do that, so if you can, great. If not, I understand. Maybe you'll get it gifted in the coming days. Hit like on your way out. Make sure you hit subscribe. And use that link in the description below, or you can use the Discord command to come with us, and I'll see you guys over there. All right? Thanks.